Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, and this is Eve Fantasy 14. No, Final Online. No, we're doing road drones. And actually, I was on my way to go like somewhere off in the distance from Jita, and I found this road drone site that hadn't even been started yet. So, new Eve Fantasy. Yeah, exactly. Whatever gets cat girls put into New Eden, right? CCP, you know, we've been asking for conflict drivers. That would be one, right? Instead of introducing a new race like Triglavians, just introduce a new race that's just the exact same as the other races, but with cat ears. Call it the new Galente.
Warp drive active.
And watch the cluster go to war. So lots of new road drone stuff coming, huh? I kind of want to go to Sissy and try out one of these beacons to see what the result is. And I also kind of want to go to Sissy to see if this Uli site is up yet. So what's interesting is that there is a lot of EdenCom stuff in the files, and the latest stuff that was just added specifically is a new monument or in Uli, which appear to be related to, I mean, like, very obviously are associated with Totality Day, which is next week, which is the anniversary of the formation of Poshvin. It makes direct references to those things, including something that I've asked for a long time, which is that, and this is definitely too little too late, but in it they specify or clarify exactly how many systems EdenCom saved, right? Like, we often think about EdenCom having lost because Poshvin got created, but they defended twice as many systems as they lost. And I'm very glad that the monument at least points that out. You're getting the super mod monument in game. Just pick a star and be like, that's the Styler star. But, you know, like, but the other thing is that the stuff that I've been seeing on there, like the gates that need the key in order to activate, and the shield emitters that need to be hacked to be shut off, those aren't going to be just some normal monument. There's a lot of indications that this is not just like they're going to put in a monument and call it a day. This does look like new content. So yeah, to catch people up. Basically, on Sissy, they've been adding, over the course of the last few months, a lot of little things that has drawn my attention. And one of the big ones is, oh, Kiki and a worm. There has been a lot of EdenCom stuff added and a whole bunch of road drone stuff added. Now, a lot of that road drone stuff did turn into this event, but a lot of it didn't. And as we can see, there's now like the road drone capitals and all that stuff. All that stuff was what we've been seeing kind of added in that regard. But there's all these other EdenCom structures and stuff. Now, as I said, there was stuff added last night, or this morning rather, that is very clear that this is a monument that goes in Uli for Totality Day. But again, this doesn't explain all of the EdenCom stuff that we've been seeing, including, as I said, hackable shield emitters and gates that can be used keys to activate. What? I don't know what you're talking about, Funky Chicken. This guy might outrace me, but at the same time, I don't care. Beacon is summon NPCs that you can use. Yeah. Cogesis 07. No, the new beacon has not come out yet. Sorry, it is just on test server. One thing I did notice is that it can be used on lowsec.
Warp drive active.
I don't know how many people are going to be doing capital runs in lowsec, but maybe. So you throw out this beacon, and it immobilizes your your capital ship for a few seconds, or I don't even know. Basically, you activate it, and while it's activating, it uses up your cap's energy. So like wow, I can't say cap because that could be capacitor. Your capital ship has to sit there immobile with the station or with the structure, with the beacon for a period of time, and then and rogue drones attack you, and then I guess that results in a thing. New capital content, basically. That's true. Snuff's gonna do it in low sec. Oh, that worm knows where they're going. These guys know what they're doing. These guys know what they're doing. They're gonna probably outrace me. I don't really mind. I mean, I've already gotten so many, right? I don't understand why you say that, Joe. EVE Online has desperately needed capital content. The fact that capital content is just smashing other things content is really boring, in my opinion. I strongly believe that we should get capital Abyss. Something that allows you to focus. I locked the Kiki. That's probably a good thing to not do. I doubt I'm going to make it, but maybe. I lost a race. That's the first time I've ever lost the race. It's with the Kiki. To another Kiki. Probably somebody who was overheated and drugged.
Warp drive
Capital content, yes, but not like this. What's wrong with it, Joe? You get a ring around you and NPCs will spawn there. It's like 30 minutes. Yeah. That's a long time to be sitting still. And the big question is, what do you get at the end? Right? Like, beacon finishes, you've killed off all... It really feels like one of those... Actually, I really want to make the joke. So, hold on. I figured out what these things are. Ready? I can explain these things in a single image. You may not necessarily get it. Hold on. I bet you Styler's going to get it. Bet you Styler's going to get it. But hold on. I got to look it up. Come on. I don't know if I can do this, but this will probably show it off. Hold on. Yeah, that thing. That's it. Anybody know what that is? Hey, Tamaya. Wait a minute. That was it. I got a raid without it. Oh, no. No, that's not from Ghostbusters. Hold on. Hold on, Tamaya. I'm sorry. Oh, shoot. That's the wrong thing. All right, so that is the psi emitter from StarCraft, by the way. That is what this thing is. It is the psi emitter from StarCraft. All right, hold on. I'm gonna make a meme about it. I was going to, but then I was, doing this. Okay. Wait. That's weird. Oh. Styler, you shouted out the bot? You shouted out the bot. Yeah, you did. Go look. You said Eso Tamaya Calbot. Oh, the first. Well, yeah. Oh, and then I just didn't do it. I get you. I get what you're saying. Well, either way, we're going to do this. Ready? Glorification of the fit, mortification of the unfit. Tamaya Cowboy, you, sir, are glorified. Thank you so much for that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Doing it right the second time is the way. I'm going to let Styler just figure out chat, and I'll just figure out the alert box. How about that? And together we might make it through this. Nothing like running a rogue drone outgrowth site in Uedama to raise your heckles, huh?
Warp drive active.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Have a good one, Tamaya. You know what? Except for the problem is that when I know that you're around, if I was to do it, then you would get like mad at me. So maybe people don't do it because they know that you like to. Yeah, so that's a good point. So what it looks like is that they're putting in, I don't know if that clade proving ground is anything more than texture, just given the other pieces are in there. Basically, each of the clades have their own cry, but their cries kind of feel very homogenous, right? Like this. So these sites do two things. One, it allows CCP to better emphasize the differences between the three empires, or between the three clades rather. You know, the Perun clade is doing proving stuff, the Veles clade is doing control the road drone stuff, and the Svarog clade is doing build warship stuff. That pretty much summarizes the three different clades in their philosophy, and it really brings back to attention one of the things I always miss is just how weird the Perun clade is, and how CCP kind of continues to hint at the fact that there's something up with Perun clade's behavior, that Veles and Svarog are very straightforward, but Perun is a bit more mysterious and subtle. Also, if you understand the gods that they are related to, this might have something to do with it. Perun being the tippy-top god of the three. A Traoka can be a mismatched leadership position, right? So if the Perun are technically higher than the Veles and the Svarog, then that would make sense. But yeah. But the other thing that this does, which a lot of people won't understand, and made me very glad that I didn't finish, or that I did the my Triglavian videos in the order that I did. So there is a line about the Triglavians that is essential to understanding the road drone story with the Triglavians, but the text from that, or sorry, the item with the text that is essential has never been put into the game. But I talked to CCP Delegate Zero, and the text from that item is canonical. So CCP's had this problem for the last 2 years or more, that they have this piece to the puzzle that isn't in the game, because while the item is in the game, it never spawns, and therefore nobody can ever read the description without going through the files. So this new one, the Velis Clade little doodad to interface with the road drones, the text from that item is actually the text from the Deviant Automata, wide area Deviant Automata, or wide area, no, not suppressor. So that's the thing. There's the suppressor, but then there was an augmenter that enhanced rogue drones. That's the thing that never got added in. And so that flavor text actually comes from that original item. So that item was not put into the game, but the text was canonical. So now they've reused that text in this new item that will be put into the game. So that way we can now say, oh, we no longer have to reference an item that doesn't actually spawn. Which is going to be important for my rogue drone story. Basically, it boils down to there's a reason why the Velis Clade wants to work with the rogue drones. It's not 100% clear why. I'll give you a hint. My theory is that because the rogue drones developed the filament technology. And so the use that is divined by the Velis Clade is the capability of getting the rogue drones to help them both come to New Eden and also assemble their stuff once they're here, using the Chislav Zemikorg Noimata. Zordash Chislav Zemikorg Noimata. Sorry, missed a word. I don't even know why I have this tracking computer with optimal range script, given the fact that I never shoot anything over 20 kilometers now, or very rarely. Oh well, whatever. All right, Styler. And by the way, Styler, I shout people out verbally more than, but yeah, especially since can't people just click on your name and do it? I also really like when when somebody subs. One of the reasons why I like the 07 thing is that everybody has an 07. And so, when we do the everybody give their 07s for the sub, you can put on any 07 that you want, because I really want it to be another opportunity for us to highlight, showcase, and accentuate all of the good streamers that we have in our community. Which, of course, good streamers within our community is defined solely by whether or not they have an 07 emote. Didn't you know that's the metric by which all are judged? To that end, I am willing to help people make their 07s too. Helped a couple. Oh, I guess we didn't do this time, so we'll do it this time. I have 695 points. And just over 2 billion, which means I've made just over $1 billion during this event, not including costs. I mean, including costs. I've made a net, whatever. I'm $1 billion up more than when I started. How about that? Did my stuff sell? Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Oh, no. Oh, thank God. For a second there, I thought my computer locked up and it just decided to not shoot for some fucking reason. That would have been a hard one to explain. Hey, CCP, opening up your market lagged out my client so much that I died to your robot. Yeah, all my... Yeah, all my stuff sold. Cool. Oops. Let's not drift too far away from the site. I thought I was heading towards him. Man, I'm telling you guys, like, CCP devs, stop blocking the main thread. I understand that EVE Online is single-threaded. Please, please do some research as to how, like, Node.js and stuff like that and promises work. Please stop blocking the UI thread. Again, I get it. There's only one thread. Stop blocking the thread. Please. That's the only way that happens. Dude, Node.js wasn't invented when this game was built. Yeah, I know. That's true. That is actually extremely true. But my point was is that Node.js... So Node is single-threaded. Or, obviously, in the same way that, you know, Eve is. Stackless Python. So, I mean, there's gotta be a promise-like system in Stackless Python, right? Hold on. Stackless Python promises. Wow. No, they have coroutines. Whatever. I'm just saying, like,
Warp drive active.
look, I don't know the implementation all the way, but I can say that blocking the main thread is a bad idea. Doesn't matter what you're doing. Like, async your shit, man. Thread, like, promises, coroutines, none of these things are big problems. Oh, well, whatever. Squant, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole of EVE Online. So, when I was an Android developer, what we were told is, I think it was like, if a transaction takes more than 0.2 seconds, it is considered to be janky. I think it was even less than that. So, like, every single transaction. In fact, so, like, when I first started doing Android, it was a bit different. But, like, by the end of it, you literally could not make a database transaction or a net service call without putting it into an async. If you tried to do that on the main thread and it was using a strict, it used strict, then it literally would just not run. Like, it would just, it would consider that a violation. Every transaction on the database must be asynchronous. Otherwise, you get super janky. And super janky doesn't even need to be that janky. Like when you're scrolling, if there's a little hitch, like that's what we're talking about. Like that's considered bad. You think the client locking up to a white screen for 20 seconds is okay? The problem is that if the client locks up for more than 5 seconds, the user thinks that it's broken. And I mean, let's be honest. EVE Online is kind of a janky game, even considering the fact that it is almost 20 years old. It is still relatively janky, even for its time. I don't know if we love it in spite of that fact or because of that fact, but it is true. But this, like, the problem is that if that had killed me, CCP probably wouldn't have done anything about it. And yet, like, let's put it this way. What that teaches me is that I'm not allowed to open up any market windows or other windows, probably not assets or anything like that, when in doing anything in flight. And if I don't want to, like, get locked up for 20 seconds. Which is not great, considering the fact that I'm always kind of, like, I'm just going to do that regardless. Queaky? I'm not sure. I've never heard the phrase queaky. Quirky. Right. So, sorry. In where I come from, the word jank means something specifically. It means those little hooks and catches and hesitations that an app or a game does, or, you know, program does as you run it, right? Like on Android, when you're doing Android development, you want everything to be buttery smooth. You want everything to be anticipated, everything to be preloaded. The user expects to click a button, see a thing happen. If you click a button and have to wait a second to have it be confirmed, that's considered jank. That's true. It isn't. Again, I'm not. It's funny that people are, I guess, defending CCP against me. You know, I go from being accused of being a white knight to anyway. So yes, I like to say that EVE Online is one of those games. Like, remember that the people who made EVE Online learned how to develop to make EVE Online, and while making EVE Online, which means especially the earliest stuff is probably not up to modern standards. We'll put it that way. Which is why in 2015 or something like that, they had to hire a code archaeologist, which, for the record, I've had to do similar things to that before. And God, do I not, like, envy them whatsoever. Like, I would actually wouldn't mind doing that for CCP because it's like EVE Online and that's worth going through all the effort. What I did when I did it was for some telephone company. So it was, yeah, it wasn't the same thing. But yeah, I mean, like, the code rot is real. It's the category that I selected. Well, I mean, I'll wait till this wave is under control and then I'll open it again. Although, honestly, well, if the game was smart, that's a bad way of putting it, then it would cache the information. So then the next time I open it up, it would do it. Or it would not hook because it would. I mean, look, I'm not suggesting like a lazy loading system or anything. Well, okay. Yes, I am. I'm suggesting a lazy loading system. CCP, implement lazy loading, please. Especially as gameplay, like, over time expects us to be more and more precise. The game has to be more and more precise too. Well, I mean, you say that, Strimmer, but that's every company, right? Like, how many people do you really expect to stay at the same software company for 20 years? Especially if you're not like the founding people or like the CEO or anything like that. If you're just a developer or designer or whatever, no, you're not gonna stay with a company for 20 fucking years. You're gonna, you know, work on it for some time and then move on to some other bigger company. Chances are. I mean, 20 years is a long time to be doing anything. 10 years is a long time to do anything. But more importantly, even if the person that did develop something from 20 years ago was still at the company, come on now. If you sat me in front of code I wrote 5 years ago and told me to fix something, it would probably be roughly the same as if you gave me code that I've never seen before and told me the same thing. In fact, what I'm going to do is if I know it's mine, I'm going to be sitting there the entire time going, what the fuck was I thinking? And I know that because I do that when I look at code from a year ago. And I know that that's normal because every software developer does it. And if you don't do it, it means you're not improving. In fact, I would go so far as to every creative in you know, if you're able to look at your old stuff and go, man, that was amazing, then you have not improved at all. But more importantly, like, could you give a detail on a project that you worked on 10 years ago? Probably not. So, I mean, it's rough.
Warp drive active.
Do you think Eve is buggy? Try silent service on a 486. I love 486. My first computer that I got to work on, my first computer I owned, well, not owned, but that was mine, was a 486. But before that, my dad had a laptop. No, sorry, a laptop. My dad had a computer, 386. I had a 486 laptop because I had a individual educational plan due to my dyslexia and delayed handwriting, which made it so that by the 8th grade in 1996, I was in the back of the classroom with a laptop. Let me tell you, that made me the most popular person in class. It did have a cool printer on it, though. Like, it had a bubble jet printer built into it. So, like, at the end of the class, I'd type up all my stuff, and then I could feed in paper in the front, and it would just print it out in the back. I mean, it was black and white only, but come on now. Because, I mean, back then, teachers, like, normal classrooms, if a normal classroom had a bank of computers in the back for typing experiment, like, training, that was amazing. The idea of having a printer that you could just use, no, definitely not guaranteed. So I had to have one with my own printer in it. You've been part of the same software product since 2003? Okay, but how many other people at the company are like that? I'm not saying that nobody's doing that. I'm just saying if you just take an average assessment of the company from 18 years ago versus now, like if there is something from 18 years ago just at random about the software, do you think that the person that built it would still be at the company and still know what's going on with it? You shouldn't have to go back and fix things that were done 10 years ago, fix things and update them as a 1-year cycle, etc. Yeah, but there's always going to be things from 10 years. You're not iterating over the entire game every year. What? Yeah, there's going to be parts of the game that you haven't touched in a while. Not every aspect, not every piece of the code is touched every year. XT was a Starship Enterprise console compared to Commodore's. Oof. Yeah, that's a little bit before my time. Yeah, yeah. I mean, but look at it for what, though? If you don't have a ticket, if there's not a user story, if there's not a user can do blah, you're not looking at anything. What? Why would I touch code if there's no user story for it? And more importantly, here's the problem. The longer that code doesn't get touched, the more risk is involved in making it. Risk being a technical term. So as risk increases, then the chance that that particular piece gets touched decreases, because the amount of points that that ticket will take increases to compensate for the risk. So it actually now takes, you know, an increasing amount of workload to do this, to take on the same task. And every time that happens, it makes it less likely that it's the task that gets selected for the sprint. And every time that happens, it gets a little bit more rotten. Whoa! No, nope, nope, nope. Not first person. Oh God.
Warp drive active.
CCP's first rule, no touching codes. Maybe. Well, I mean, so like prior to CCP Seagull, if you could not get your project done in, I think it was 2 to 3 months, it literally just didn't happen. If you could not guarantee that the project will be completed, including testing, in 3 months, that project did not get taken up. Period. CCP Seagull disconnected the distribution system from what was being worked on. It used to be that if you could not finish a project in a single expansion cycle, it just didn't get added. It didn't get taken off the backlog. And so, you know, that restructuring is why we got things like Brain in a Box, for example, which takes a ton more time to do than just one cycle. But they're able to sit there and work on it for as long as they need to.
Warp drive active.
Right. First year is people with passion and thriving. But again, like the thing with CCP is that the early developers of the game weren't top dog developers, right? These were people that had some pretty good design ideas. Like they had a good idea for a game. And what's funny is that honestly, they kind of didn't. Like a lot of what we now know of as EVE emerged organically as CCP saw how we played the game. I mean, back in the 10-year anniversary of EVE Online, Hilmar tells this really awesome story about him, you know, the beginning of the, you know, when the game was first released and going on paternity leave and all this stuff, and seeing jetcan mining for the first time. And at first being like, oh my God, they're ruining our game. They're doing it in a way that we never expected. And then he's like, this is so much more cool than what we ever designed. And that's a big piece, is that like a lot of this wasn't designed by CCP. This is us breaking the systems that they had built and using the tools to play with. And then them coming up behind that, seeing how we're using it and continuing to augment it. But again, starting in 2014, 2013 and beyond, they start hiring actual game developers and actual game designers. Daniel Galanlan. Thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole, Cheap Online. So I think that a lot of the modern stuff is a lot better built most of the time than older stuff. It is interesting, like some people talk about EVE 2.0. Like, I find it very interesting that given the fact that most of the data of the server is, I mean, basically a database, it finds odd to me that they haven't built an entire other layer onto the database. Like, this is me being dumb, okay? but like it surprises me that they couldn't just like make a new version of Eve in Unreal that hooks into the same database hooks that the current Eve Online does, and therefore just translate the entire thing to a new engine. I don't know why, like, for a long time, I suspected that that's what they were doing, and I've kind of come to terms with the fact that that isn't what they're doing, and so it makes me wonder why exactly. It could be that they don't feel like it's going to give them enough of a victory. It could be that they're working more on Nova, or whatever Nova became. I really wish they gave us some sort of name for it so I don't have to call it the unreleased shooter anymore, but whatever. But yeah, I've always wondered why we've future-proofed EVE Online the way it has. And there has been some things that have caused me to believe that there might be some of the interfaces with the databases is one of those old systems that they can't really mess with much. And if that's true, wow. Like, there's clearly some things in the core structure of the game that are making things more difficult than they need to be. Whether or not they can ever fix that, I don't know. But, like, you know, we talk about, oh yeah, it takes them like 5 minutes to make a skin or something like that. It actually doesn't. It takes them a long time to author all kinds of things. And partially because their authoring tools are shit. And so, like, they're working on better authoring tools, but it's not like they can just make a mission in an afternoon and then load it in. These things are archaic and kind of clunky. If you think the interfaces that we work with are clunky, holy shit. We'll be playing the game on a full thing. All right, everybody, break out your little paper cutouts of the rifters. Put them on the table, and we'll feed you. We'll play it as chess. I went with Unreal. Sorry, I said Unreal there because I know that they've been hiring a lot of Unreal developers, and they did a lot of work in Unreal. So basically, when CCP, so it all started when, in their 20% time, one of the dev staff built a virtual reality game where you could be in one of the ships and fly around. This was originally called EVR. It later on became EValkyrie. And it really changed, like, the direction of CCP. After Dust was kind of me, and Incarna and the Carbon engine, all that burned, they didn't have much to go on to expand beyond EVE Online, which a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, why do they keep doing other stuff? Why? Because EVE Online is a single product, and being a single product game company is awful, especially when your community is as volatile as ours. Of course, they're going to try to make lateral production. Any rate, so they put in work into Valkyrie, and they, like, this puts CCP on the bleeding edge of VR in a world in which Oculus is coming out and everybody's super excited. So they bank on that. They think, hey, if we can create the killer app for the Oculus Rift, then we just fucking win, right? Like, let's look at Myst, right? Old school game Myst, the puzzle game. It required a CD-ROM, right? And CD-ROMs were brand new right then. People bought CD-ROMs for their computer to play Myst. That's what I mean by a killer app, right? So the idea is that if you can be the killer app, if you can be the reason why people buy this thing, then you just win. And so they had Spark, which was a really good like esport thing, and they had Valkyrie, which was they knew was a really loved like shooter thing or piloting thing. This was like supposed to be their big show, and in fact, if you go back to the earliest days of like Oculus and the things written about it, Valkyrie and Spark are some of the things that are like highlighted as being like the reason to get the Oculus. But as we all know, the Oculus Rift's release was way more meh than everybody was hoping. And while VR is starting to pick up now, it made it so that CCP lost that momentum. And now they've actually sold off or licensed out most of their VR production. But here's the thing. When you're working on a stackless Python MMO from 2004 in your Iceland community, it is really easy to be completely isolated from everyone else and only really deal with your own echo chamber of developers. But VR development leads you directly into Unity and Unreal, because those engines are VR capable out the gun. And so if you're just trying to throw something together, that's what you use. And so CCP begins to explore Unreal Engine more and more and more. Unreal Engine is not only open source, but has gone ridiculously open source, has become an advocate of open source. And so the communities around Unreal Engine and Unity have become far more collaborative. And so in the process of getting deeper into VR, CCP was and specifically Helmar was exposed to more modern and more sophisticated design and developers. And I think that they learned a lot in that and brought a lot of it back with it, which is why we see a big modernization in CCP's game design subsequent to 2016. I'm not saying do an Eve 2.0 because I'm not saying reboot the system. What I'm saying is just change the engine. All of our stuff is the same. Everything, preferably everything interacts as good as well as it could be. But it's just, instead of being built on this incredibly clunky client, like build the client from scratch. Rebuild the client from scratch. That is a huge undertaking. And there's many reasons why they probably can't and won't do that. But that's what I was saying. Really? Wow. I've gotten a lot more than that.
Warp drive active.
Oh, I got 2 potent and 3 regular the other day. Oh, shoot. I'm supposed to be doing skin giveaways. Quick, Raven or Abaddon first. First person to say something gets the answer. Potent is good. I sold 6 Potent for 60. All right. We are going to do a Raven giveaway. I plunder the rogue drones and you plunder my skin collection! Exclamation point! Plunder for your chance to win a Raven Scope Syndication skin. Let's go ahead and... this one's already being done. Maybe? Let's go ahead and double check.
Drive active.
And then I'll pull up the Raven Scope Syndication skin. Raven.
Drive active.
Problem with redesigning the game engine would cost anywhere from 90 to 500 bill. I mean, you're not... I mean, like I said, I get it. It'd be... But at a certain point, I wonder how much technical debt they've built up. Lots, by the way. Strimmer1, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole of Eve Online. Oh, it's an Algos in there. I don't want to steal from an Algos. He's trying so hard. All right, so this one. This skin right here. Raven is a wonderful mission ship and a pretty good PvP ship for a lot of reasons. One of the best long-range missile platforms in the game. And honestly, the skin on the Raven's pretty good because the Raven Navy issue, I mean, it's good, but the Raven by itself is also just extremely popular. I've been down there. Thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole, though. This time you're with us. I just wish about more content. I mean, there's a lot of content, though, in Eve. There's a lot of content. I am kind of interested to see what this, how the new capital sites will work.
Active.
So speaking of things working, the way that this is going to work is I have this this giveaway is going to go for about 2 hours. I'll get to that in a second. Yeah, so this giveaway is going to go for every 2 hours. I'm going to do a giveaway, basically. So we'll do the Abaddon next. Capital sites. Yeah. So the newest thing is that now there's going to be a rogue. There's going to be this deployable that you can only deploy while in a capital, and it locks down the capital for the duration. And a bunch of rogue drones come and fight you. And then that apparently unlocks something at the end. But basically, this is the new capital gameplay.
Warp drive active.
Shoot, what did we? What was that? 680? I don't remember. No. There you go. I would hope that a cap would be able to solo it. If a capital can't solo it, then that kind of ruins the entire point, right? I still want, I swear to God, I want carrier sites that actually uses the fact that you can manage multiple flights and have them do different things at different times. It just frustrates me that there's unique gameplay to these ships, and that unique gameplay has no unique challenges to them. If you're going to add homeworld content to the game, I want to be able to, like, actually play homeworld, right? Interesting. Yeah, they have been super coy about the prizes. Now, there is the mutaplasmids. But there's also those gates in the Edencom sites that apparently need a gate key to be able to unlock. That's what I'm saying. This is why I've been saying, like, I really would like Carrier Abyss, where, like, there are multiple things happening where you have to deploy the fighters and fight in different places at the same time. Yep, I'm running a Kiki with only one repper. I do have implants in. I mean, that makes sense. It makes sense that dreads would be more effective than carriers, honestly. Maybe if carriers are done correctly, they should be more flexible. Because dreads are just simple, right? Point guns, shoot. What's up, Redstone? If you want to see my fit, actually, there it is. Yeah, a lot of people don't like the idea of carrier abyssals because it's like, oh my gosh, carriers, you know, like, capitals need to be out in space so that we can maybe kill them. Well, you can still get them when they're coming out of them. And furthermore, the whole point of the abyss is, like, for that period of time, you don't have to focus on other people coming in. That allows you to focus 100% on the challenge, which allows the challenge to take up your focus, right? Most of these sites have to be very rudimentary because they expect you to have to also be paying attention to bad guys coming in. The Abyss doesn't have to pay attention to that, and therefore they can demand your full attention. Hey, what's up, Nightlight? Make sure to exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. We still got like 2 hours before the giveaway, so. I want to set your timer. Hold on. Let me double check. It says here, yeah. So 1 hour and 50 minutes. Set your timer. Every pilot I've talked to recently wants something like that. All the big ships are trying to gather dust. Right. Yeah. Well, every single time I mention Capital Abyss, everybody's like, no, don't take the capitals out of space. And it's like, guys, we need to understand something. If we give people the capability of keeping themselves safe, they will take more risks and end up not being safe. Right? It goes back to the Marauder thing, right? If Marauders become unscannable, then that makes people want to use Marauders in low-sec sites. This doesn't make them safe because they still have to move around. There's still things that go wrong, etc. But if you give them the illusion, or at least the capability, the argument that you can be safe if you do it right, that's what leads people to do it. And when people do it, they do it wrong. And that's when you kill them, right? Like, if doing sites in low sec is always a bad idea, then why would anyone do it? You want doing these things to be a good idea, so that way people are doing it a lot. That way people are making mistakes to doing it a lot, and you're punishing those mistakes. It's not about forcing people to be in space, because if you force them to do something that is not safe or not good or not whatever, they're just not going to do it. It's just like the idea of, like, let's make high sec terrible so that way people are forced to move out to low sec or null sec or whatever. No, they're not. They're not forced to move to null sec. They're forced to quit the game and find another fucking game. God damn it. I don't know why that's getting me so grumpy right now. No. High sec does not need carrier gameplay. Don't get me wrong. Absolutely not. Do not conflate those two things. As a matter of fact, that's actually a good point. Whereas high sex doesn't suck, but if you want to do something else, you have to go into the where to do it, right? If you want to step up past a certain point, now you do have to go for it, right? You can get a Marauder in high sec and really own shit. But you know what? At a certain point, if you're not going into low sec, you're not getting a carrier, you're not moving on. You can be perfectly happy in high sec if you want, and that can be a perfectly satisfactory way of going. But it's not enough. You can mine as all the moons that you want, but you're never going to get reactions. You can get as much cool bling as you want, but you're never going to have a capital. It's just like structures, right? You can get all the cool stuff that you want, but until you're willing to put yourself under war deck ability, that's going to limit your capabilities. High sec is safe since when? Fair point. Safer. Low sec is awesome. That's a good point. I mean, like, oh, why am I doing that? What am I fucking doing? Yeah. That's true, viewer tech. But you know what? Sometimes it's really fun to drive your Ferrari to the ghetto to pick up a pint of milk. Sometimes that's just fun. It's actually closer to using like a APC or something than a Ferrari, but yeah. But yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, so here's a good example. You know, when a few weeks ago, I was getting pretty stressed out because of everything that was going on. And the idea of doing something that was tension, that required conflict with other people, even if it was just hiding from them, keeping an eye on it, was just, like, I already had so much stress in my life that I couldn't even process that as a human being anymore. So it made it so that I just couldn't do low sec stuff. Even though I know how to fight, I know how to do all that stuff, I couldn't deal with the I didn't want to deal with that. I wanted to play a game where I could just sit back and do my thing. And yeah, you can do that to a certain extent in high sec, but I ended up playing other games a lot of the time. It does suck that there is sometimes that I would just like to play EVE Online and just do stuff without having to worry about it. But there's very little you can't just get to a point where you don't worry about it. You get to certain definitions of what you're allowed, what you're willing to worry about, but that's about it. Wait, 89 Phobos, what's wrong with salvagers on a Marauder? But most of the time when I play a game, I don't want a PvP, except if I go PvP myself, like Arena in other games, or Factional here. So the thing is that like the whole point, a lot of the point of EVE's gameplay is that the tension itself is part of the gameplay, right? So like even if you're not going out there to go kill somebody, the fact that you're going out there and you're surviving in spite of the fact that other people do want exploration, for example, would not be nearly as fun if the PvP component wasn't part of it. And while I wouldn't necessarily say that the PvP component makes mining fun, it does make the actual decisions made in mining meaningful. Because if there wasn't a threat out there, then just going for maximum yield would be the only answer, right? The fact that there are threats to deal with, and there makes it so that there is a cost-benefit analysis, which makes the decisions that you make meaningful. 89 Phobos, you said, and people still put salvagers on Marauders. What's wrong with putting salvagers on Marauders? What are you going to do with your high slots? Oh, if you can't buy a 14 million ship, but I don't. No. I had the salvagers on it because I've got nothing else. Like I've got 4 high slots. I'm going to be salvaging while I'm killing things, and then when I'm done, I just leave. I don't come back with another ship. That's the whole point. Now, mind you, I usually don't actually end up salvaging either because I'm lazy. But I mean, that's the idea. Oh, yeah. The real tricky, what I love is the guys who, especially when it was like unscannable, it's like, yeah, I'm going to use an unscannable Marauder, drops mobile tractor unit. For the record, don't do that. If you're putting smart bombs in your Marauder, high slots, in high sec, I hope that it's my ship that kills you. In my on my YouTube, which I would really like it if you went and subscribed and checked it out and liked and all that stuff. That'd be the best. But if you go there, there's an old video called How to Solo an ONI and a Coercer, I think it is. And yeah, I found a Omen Navy issue that was smart bombing, and I just, scooted up close to it until Concord took care of it. And then I shot him once as he was dying, so I got credit. Oh, did the worm decide not to come in? It's funny because people complain about competition, but when you fly the Apex ship, people also just don't compete. What is the neat tool showing DPS? That is Peld. Really awesome. It actually has a fleet tracking tool. Oh, there's the worm. There's a fleet tracking tool, too. Yeah, Null feels like you do a lot of work just so that you can push button to receive bacon. It's almost like wormholes in that sense. I'd much rather raid out to nullsec and like get their ESS or something. That's actually really true, Joe. The vast majority of danger in lowsec is simply in the choke points. And once you understand just a little tiny bit of lowsec, it becomes very safe. Heck, honestly, alphas that want to make money mining, stop mining in high sec. If they're like, how do you make money in high sec mining in a venture? Easy, do it in low sec. The ore is pretty good, but more importantly, the gas. Whoo, boy. Mining in Pochvin is another good option, actually. I wonder what else they're going to be doing in Pochvin. Like it's at this point, it's undeniable that what is happening, or what we're seeing on Sissy is coming for Totality Day. Like people, I was theorizing last week that maybe CCP's got something up their sleeve for Totality Day, and people are like, I think that's only for players. I was like, yeah, but they got a lot of warning for it. Maybe they'll do something. Looks like they're definitely doing something. Oh, shoot. Oh, the worm left. I mean, they gave some warning for this event. I was saying, I personally believed that it was going to come next week. Have I done the event sites in low? I have not done the event sites in low, but my guys have done quite a bit.
Warp drive active.
Can alphas mine gas? Yes, I believe so. Yep. Look. The yellow border means it's alpha only. So all but the tech 2. Did I restock the Dodixie market with T2 trig ammo? You know what? I don't appreciate your judginess.
Warp drive.
No, I haven't put anything new on the market. I'm bad. What can I say? No, literally, I've been spending a lot of time trying to get the stream going again. This is so. I'll confess a little bit. So, because it's September, this is the last day of September, by the way, September. So there's like a discount. I thought it was 50%. I guess it's only 20%. Whatever. Either way, there's a discount on subs this month. But because of that, like, Amazon's doing like a thing that like supplements our income or whatever. But I need to stream a certain number of hours, and I also haven't been able to stream very much for the first half of the month. But it turns out that if I streamed a certain amount, like a crazy amount for like the last week, that I'd hit the metric. Today's the last day, and I need to get like 6 more hours done. So here we are.
Warp drive active.
There you go. That's the truth of it. Denise, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole of Achieve Online. So what I'm trying to say is that today, yesterday, the day before, all this stuff, the reason why I've been streaming, like maximizing the hour that my time streaming is that starting tomorrow. So then when this is over tomorrow, then I'm going to like be able to recoup. So I'm going to work on my next video. I'm going to work on the stream. I'm going to work on all that stuff starting tomorrow, because every moment that I have that I can do stuff, I'll be streaming today probably. Thank you, Master Flinton. Thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole of Jeep Online. That makes no sense. I thought CCP wanted to lock out alphas from making ISK by mining. So making them have to go out and do the dangerous thing is fine. Giving them mining barges so they can just mine in high sec in mass is the issue, right? Because you're not going to necessarily use your army of alphas to go mine gas in the same way. I actually really like the idea that, like, well, if you want to step up, you got to go do it in the more dangerous area. I've got lots of coffee. Besides, I don't need coffee. What are you talking about? I'm fine. What that means is that it could be possible that when I might stream some tonight too. Probably like Final Fantasy or whatever once my son gets home, but I don't know. No promises. And I will be streaming probably tomorrow a little bit too, just not like the 6+ hours a day that I've been doing the last couple of days.
Warp drive active.
Solo and a Kiki. I've heard that a lot of people had problems with a Kiki in low sec. The big ones that I saw used were Algoses and Dragoons, because you can use Caldari drones, and they are tanky enough to actually tank the site and split the damage with you. Deep Core Miner would be for Morphite, which is Tech 2 only. Gas Harvesting is for synthetic drugs and for faction and battleship manufacturing. So it's much more likely within the realm of
Warp drive
of what an alpha should do. And again, things that can be done in safety as an alpha would be problematic. Things that are less consistent and require you to go out and be more dangerous would be better. Exploration, gas huffing, etc. Mining Morphite, I feel like that's generally done in a more safe environment because of nullsec, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Hey, look, there's an Algos and a Dragoon. I'm just going to let them do their thing.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, door up armor Algo. That sounds right. Right. I mean, it is a mining laser, but by that same logic, an endurance is a mining frigate, but it's still Tech 2. I see what you're saying. The Tech 1 and Tech 2 are both Omega only, because it requires deep core mining, which is, this is the Omega only skill, right? Yeah.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I've done it a couple of times where I'll just grab a skiff, go into low sec, mine until my cargo hold is full, and come back. You get like 10 million ISK worth of ore for doing it. Also, mining Morphite is a bit more advanced than mining everything else, given the fact that it explodes. So, one of the things they try to do is keep alphas away from some of the more complicated stuff, not just the more powerful stuff. Kind of like trig ships. Trig ships are a more advanced ship in just concept of how to fly them. They're a bit more finicky. A higher skill floor, as it were. Dual rep Synesis is probably a good option. What are all these things? Overwhelmed civilian nation. Oh, God. I probably don't want to run the site in here, right? I want to keep going, right?
Warp drive active.
What? Where's the invasion information? Or incursion? Isn't there supposed to be a thing that I can look at that tells me exactly how much the influence is? Weird. There it is. I've got it here now. 0% effective. This whole constellation is an incursion, isn't it? Nope. We're about to get out of it. Good. Trying to get into null PvE. Any ideas to how to start? Why do you want to get into null PvE, first of all? If you're talking... The short answer is, if you want to get into null PvE, chances are you're going to want to join a null group. Or, well, there's two ways of doing it. You can do null ratting in anomalies with a null group, or you can be an NPC nullsec and like run NPC nullsec missions for like pirates and stuff. Those are kind of the two ways of doing PvE and nullsec. Something different. Go join the Sancha. Go run Sancha pirate missions. Or Garistas. Actually, pirate LP might be worth more now because faction ships can be purchased directly. I actually don't know if that's true or not. Shouldn't you get info from the agency about an... Oh, yeah! I could have gotten information about the incursion from the agency, too.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I don't remember the whole process to become like a pirate, doing pirate missions, but I know a lot of people that have made quite a bit of money and also had a lot of fun killing things by going native with one of the pirate factions. Wait, can they what? I'm going to pick the Rogue Drone Outgrowth that isn't started already, so that way if they come into me, it's their own damn fault.
Warp drive active.
Uh-oh. I'm also out of Tetrion again. Bad timing. So, I do know that they're... Locked up my computer again by opening up the market. I do know that a lot of, like, when it comes to the faction standings, you can go a long ways by doing, for certain factions, you can do the storyline. No, what's it called? My game is locked up, so I can't. Epic arc. Thank you. You can do the Empire's epic arc, and then like betray them halfway through it to gain tons of standing with the pirate faction. I've heard of that for like Garistus, I think. This is bad. I just opened up the market to Tetrion. My Repper isn't running. If I had done this when I activated the gate, I'd be dead. Just dead. Nothing to do. Just because I opened up the market. Oh, yeah. I actually ended up moving a bunch of my assets to an alt, so that way it didn't lock up anymore. But this is just the market. That's going to be challenging. At least I'm not in incursions anymore, right? I mean, I would PM you, serial killer, but I can't at the moment. This is very dangerous. No, I'm dead 7 times by now, right? Like, wow. Oh, okay. Whew. That was like a full minute. That was a full minute to tell me that I need to go to Heck to get Tetrion. Really let that sink in for a sec. I should have bought it. I just realized I'm gonna run this site and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Warp drive.
Let's turn my Repper on before anything else at this point. Jesus. Might do anomaly hunting with a Tengu. Know of a quiet place in Serpentis space. So the nice thing about Serpentis space is that there is actually nullsec that comes straight. This worm got in here. I warped to this fucking site when it was empty. This worm has gotten in here and started running it while I was on the gate. No, there was no cloak. I was on an acceleration gate. Anywho, there is nullsec that comes straight out of HighSec. That is Serpentis nullsec. In between here in Syndicate. That whole area, I wouldn't necessarily call it quiet, but it is a good way. Like once you're into nullsec there, you can kind of get into a more quiet area. The other way, the other place to go would be through lowsec. You can get into Cloud Ring pretty easily. I think I am talking about Orville. Or you can just go to Syndicate and come back from the other way. Or not Syndicate, but Solitude. The crap about Nola's incursions? I don't understand that statement. A few gate camps, but I've already made safes in every system. Thinking about dedicating an alt to Solitude. Putting things in Solitude is actually not a terrible idea. Oh yeah, the rats suck. But you can avoid the incursions, right? Oh, the worm left. I've made almost 100 points today and 72 million in overseers in like an hour. Not too bad. Why Eve is still calling me even after giving up 2 years ago after playing for 4 years because of being too hard to solo casual play. I would argue that there's a lot of good capability of doing solo casual play as long as you're willing to put in the work to set it up first. And I don't mean that like every day you have to do that, but I mean like, and it may seem counterintuitive, but like you can join Goonswarm Federation and still have basically solo gameplay, right? You can join the Convocation of Empyreans and have 100% solo gameplay and just use like our services and our buybacks or whatever else you need for, you know, like the thing is that everything in Eve is so interconnected. It's very difficult to be solo because you need things from other people. It's just like trying to be completely independent in the real life, like in real world. Like, yeah, you could, but growing your own food takes a long time, and you know, not using public transportation routes or power grid is going to be kind of inconvenient. So, you know, but yet once you accept the fact that you're willing to put up with the power grid and all that other stuff, then you realize that I can live by myself, completely by myself, even though we live in a society, right? So you can live in a society and still do solo gameplay. Right. Like me, I was in Fed Up. They just call me when they went for fleets, and the rest of the time is free. And you know what? Sometimes people don't even need that. A lot of organizations won't even do that, and will help enable your solo gameplay because they need whatever you have, right? Like if you want to come mine for me, I gives a fuck whether or not you ever talk to anybody, as long as you're, you know, doing the stuff, paying the taxes, getting the mine, you know, turning in the mining stuff, making your money, having fun with us, or, you know, having fun. I don't give a shit, right? Everybody wins at that point. So it's really about setting up a situation that is comfortable for you. And also just kind of keeping a sense of scale, right? Like if you want to stay solo, then you should either stay very simple or very niche, right? Remember, the more popular an activity, the more you're competing with the people in that activity to be the best at it, to get the stuff to market, to whatever. So the more niche of a thing that you make yourself, the less likely you're going to be competing with a lot of people, the more you can get away with it if you can make it happen. Also, do not underestimate the value of Poshvin. The ability to live in Poshvin, use a filament to either yeet into nullsec, highsec, or lowsec, do some stuff there, get some content, and then yeet home and dock up with basically no warning, or with no issue, should be incredibly attractive to solo and small game players. Perfecto, like, you can spend all the time prepping all you want, but if you do it wrong, then you've just wasted all that time. And if you're getting killed immediately after, then I guess all that time wasn't worth anything. So maybe there's a better way to get that time to make it happening. I mean, I played Dark Souls and I got killed, and I didn't think that was worth quitting the game over. I realized that meant I made a mistake, and I pick up and I try to do better. Sure, it hurts, but the game is designed to help you learn by making loss painful. Explain the point. Shikokin says, to be honest, Poshvin filaments are entirely broken from a world building perspective. I think I know the core of what you're saying, but if you want to clarify that, I don't want to misguess where you're going with that. Every time I came to the game, I thought to myself, I'm going to play this game till the end of days. Then 6 months later. Yeah, I mean, it isn't for everybody. And B, it does take a bit of, like, it takes a long time. And it takes some, like, a lot of failed attempts and a lot of tentative steps and all that stuff. Again, the thing is that, or not again, but the thing with me is that for like at least the last 4 or 5 years, I play Eve not because I want to get better at Eve necessarily, but because I want to get better at visual design. I want to get better at communication. I want to get better at leadership. I want to get better at managing people. I want to get better at video editing. I want to get, you know, all this stuff. And Eve actually ends up being the medium that gets me to test those things in a way that real life would just be overly punitive for. All right, I am going to dock up and go to the bathroom real quick. Yeah, and if you need help, if you want, you know, whatever, if you ever want to give it another shot, let me know, and like I can help you out either with advice or tools or resources or whatever. I'm not trying to get anybody to get into the game that doesn't want to, but if you do want to and you feel blocked by something, I would like to help you remove those blockers. Losing my first rattlesnake was painful, but I learned, oh man. I still to this day get nervous every time I take a Worlds Collide mission.
Requested. Docking request accepted.
All right, we have, let me double check the timer by refreshing, because every time I do this, the timer gets off. Considering you're taking a fight in a wormhole, you're outnumbered, so you just bounce around for 15 minutes to teleport to potion and dock up. I see what you're saying. Yes. The ability to use potion filaments in order to extract things out of an null-second wormhole, avoid fights, etc., is a problem. That's why I asked you, because like from a world-building perspective, when you say something like from a world-building perspective, I thought you meant like from lore or background or history or the universe or like the like whatever. In that case, it's relatively consistent. If you're talking about how it matches the mechanics of the game and the balance of the game, I definitely agree that there's a lot of people that feel the same way as you do. I'm not in a wormhole and all that stuff, and the firm thing that a lot of people have. Original name rejected. Thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole, Jeep Online. The thing that I think that we've more or less, if you go back to my CSM interviews, especially the ones with wormholers, this is a topic that I discuss with almost every single one of them. But I believe that the idea of like a spool up for the filament is what's going to be kind of what's necessary. Also, the idea of filaments behaving differently in wormholes than other places might make sense too. I need to go to the bathroom really, really bad, so I'll be right back. We have, oh gosh darn it. Hold on, what is the, how much time is left on the giveaway? 1 hour and 14 minutes. Be right back. Hi, welcome back. That was short. Here we go. Huh. Eve can be the only game in the world that can make you keep playing if you like PvP. You got a great group of people to play with. I talked about this the other day. This goes back to autonomy, mastery, purpose, right? So, satisfaction theory, they did a lot of research as to what causes long-lasting satisfaction, and the elements that they identified was autonomy, mastery, purpose. Autonomy being, I have the ability to make my own decisions. Mastery being, I can view my impact and watch my improvement. And purpose is what I'm doing is for something more than me. It's also known as relatedness. Let's lock up the computer again. So while a lot of games have the elements that attract players, not a lot of games have those long-lasting elements. Like, sure, mastery exists in basically every video game ever, but that's why you beat the game and then move on, right? At a certain point, most games have a cap on mastery. Most games fail to give you good purpose. And in a lot of ways, a lot of games even fail on autonomy because, you know, ultimately, I don't know if you've ever had this feeling, but I've had this feeling many, many times where you play a video game and you just get the sense that, like, really all I'm doing is there's a series of inputs that are required to win in the correct order with the correct timing. And the UI and the game and all that stuff is just a justification to help you know when to hit everything. But it's basically all just a quick time event because you're just pressing left and then pressing A when you need to jump or whatever. That's why you can program it with a computer to do things like Mario or whatever. So the actual autonomy to it is relatively low. But Eve has all three. So if you can get past that original gap to the point where you can start to access autonomy, mastery, purpose. WoW is a Skinner box. That's a difference. That's not inconsistent reward schedule, but intermittent reward schedule. And well, so God, I should have gotten coffee during my break. I should go get coffee. There's my client is still locked up, by the way, from opening up the market, just for the record. Hey, there we go. I guess we're going to heck. Yeah, one of the biggest things about Eve that I really like is the idea that a lot of other video games are the treadmill, right? Sure, there's lots and lots of expansions for WoW and lots of content, lots of dungeons and stuff. But really, if you think about it, at any given time, there's only 2 dungeons in World of Warcraft, right? There's the current level content and the previous current level content. Things might have changed a little bit since I played. I will admit that I stopped playing in like Firelands. So I know that like they've done like leveling stuff and all that stuff, so that way you can play multiple dungeons and all that stuff. But really, if you think about it, yes, I'm running implants. If you really think about it, there's only the current content, and then there's the stuff that was just current, but is now being used to gear up for current level content. And that treadmill just continues to go forward, right? Anytime they come out with a new expansion or new content, they're actually not coming out with new content per se. They're not increasing the amount of content that you have access to. They're just changing the content that you have access to. I mean, sure, you have access to the other stuff, but that's what I call that stuff the museum, right? Because you don't go through those sites. You don't go through old content legitimately in a game like that. You go through it with your friend to be like, and this is where this was, and this is where this was. I didn't miss anything. Yeah. I mean, I dropped by during Legion, but yeah, it's just
Active.
I don't know. Blizzard makes me sad. I've spent a lot of my life in Blizzard stuff, and oof. It's funny though playing Final Fantasy 14 because it's like, you know, when we complain about things about WoW, we talk about like, oh, this design decision was bad or blah 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 blah. But like, it's still the top thing, right? We can just complain from the sidelines all we want. But Final Fantasy 14 really does show like, hey, what if World of Warcraft, but fun, you know? Like,
Active.
it's so weird. Like the design decisions are very subtle, but it never meet your hero. I met Chris Metzen, so he actually was pretty cool. But anyway, like it really does show that little design decisions could have made WoW so much better than it ended up being. And ultimately, Final Fantasy 14 has seemed to figure out that at least somewhat. It's kind of funny because Final Fantasy 14 first came out as a WoW clone, like almost explicitly. And then it failed at that. And so then they pulled it back and they changed it. And it almost feels like they learned the lessons that World of Warcraft never did. It really is. And the other thing so one of the things that Final Fantasy 14 makes me think about is the fact that every game company, right? When we think of it, we look at a game holistically, right? But every game company, especially non-AAA companies, right? Every game company has the thing that they want to do and the thing that they are doing to justify that. Let me explain. For instance, a game company can have amazing artists, right? Cuphead, right? Cuphead, in a big way, sure, it has really good game design. But in a lot of ways, the company had access to this really amazing artwork. And so they made a game with it, right? If they had stronger developers, then they would have made a more technically challenging game. And if they had worse artists, if you don't have art, but you do have technical capabilities, you make a technically challenging game. Or, you know, whatever. If you have really good artists, but not very much design chops, then you make a very pretty game that's relatively shallow, right? In this case, if you think about it, Final Fantasy games ultimately, and in fact all JRPGs, this is a really great video. I think Extra Credits did it, but a few other places have done it too. The difference between JRPGs and Western RPGs. We like to think of them as being the same thing. They're both RPGs. They're both role-playing games. They're both fantasy storytelling. But there is a fundamental difference between JRPGs and Western RPGs, and it's not just cultural. Because Japanese people can make Western RPGs, and Europeans, Americans can make JRPGs. It's a style difference. And the style difference comes from their origins. The Western RPG comes from games like Rogue and Dungeons and Dragons and, you know, these sorts of things in which you create a person to live in a universe as your avatar, right? Ultima Online or Ultima series is another paragon of that. You design your character and then you explore the world through that character's lens. In a JRPG, JRPGs are different. They didn't come out of D&D. They came out of interactive storytelling, like dating simulators, but you know, more broad, right? Like choose your own adventure games type thing. And so in a JRPG, it is much more about you going through another person's story, right? You don't control what lightning looks like. You don't control what Zelda looks like. You don't control who Squall is, or I could go into other JRPGs, but we're going to stick with Final Fantasy for right now, just for the sake of it. You get what I'm saying, though? Like, in JRPGs, it very much is about the storytelling. In Final Fantasy, even more so. So let's talk about, like, hey, Grendel coming in with his 21 months. Thank you so much, my friend. You, sir, are awesome. 07s to Grendel. It's good to see you, my friend. Give your 07s in chat. If you have a streamer that you have an 07 for, pop it up there. All the streamers. Ah! All right, I'm going to just put up my 07 for now. So, to put it a different way, like, or to get back to it, let's look at Final Fantasy 13, right? Final Fantasy 13 is criticized and maligned because it is so linear, right? And in essence, Final Fantasy 13 can be summarized as go down hallway fighting things, watch next piece of story, go down hallway fighting things, watch next piece of story, fight boss, watch next piece of story, right? That is the formula of Final Fantasy 13. And if you think about it, while Final Fantasy 13 is more blunt about it, that's kind of the way that all Final Fantasy games work, at least on some level, right? They're very much go down the thing, get to the next checkpoint, so that way you can get the next morsel of story. Which means, in essence, Final Fantasy as a development studio is a storytelling company that uses game mechanics to dole out their story. They're not a game mechanic company, if that makes sense, right? That's why the game mechanics change every single game. Because they're not married to their game mechanics, they're married to their storytelling, right? So, in that sense, you basically go, hey, Square, you can still tell a story, but now, instead of a hallway with turn-based or real-time encounters that cut away from it, they're just going to be MMO stuff, right? Like, now instead of walking down the highway or hallway, you go collect 4 Borasses, or you run this dungeon with some people, or go talk to these things, or go click on this sparkly thing. Those are all MMO concepts, but they can do the exact same thing. They can do the exact same thing. They can be like, okay, now do this one simple task. Okay, here's your next piece of story. Here, do the next really simple task. Here's your next piece of story. Walk down this hallway while fighting everything in the hallway. Now here's your next piece of story. And people fucking dig it, because that's what you expect out of an MMO. And so, like, Final Fantasy XIV works as a Final Fantasy game in a way that they struggled with in other more modern, in their other Final Fantasy games like 13 and whatnot. If you think about it, even 10 was really just hallway fights story. It's just they were more creative about it, more clever about it, and hit it better. 13 really stood out there. So it's funny, the whole time I played Final Fantasy 14, I talked about WoW, or Eve, and the whole time I'm talking about Eve I'm talking about Final Fantasy 14. But anywho, my whole point is that, like, as a company, as a game franchise, Final Fantasy 14 or Final Fantasy has always been about the stories, and the gameplay fills in the gaps between plot points. Like, you have to earn each morsel by doing the game. And if you think about it that way, they just replaced what the game is, and it just works perfectly. Which is really funny, considering how many MMOs are like, oh my god, no, you can't make the person the special champion. Even Ultima Online, right? Ultima, one of the very first games to do, first MMOs. Ultima, the original Ultima, you are like the chosen one. You are the avatar. But, the instinct is, well, if there's going to be 100 fucking people running around, or 1,000 people running around, they can't all be the champion. So I guess we're going to have to dull it down a little bit. You guys are all heroes. But, like, there's lots of heroes for one reason or another. And lots of MMOs try to justify why there's lots of heroes. Asheron's Call, or has summoned them from other rifts or whatever. EVE Online, there's new training facilities that train even more Capsuleers. But really, you're not special. You're part of a special class, but you are not special. Final Fantasy XIV says, fuck that. You are the Warrior of Light. This is your story. Every other person that's in it happens to be a bystander. Don't mind the fact that they're going through their own version of the story. You don't see that. So to you, they're only bystanders. You are the hero of the story. They totally disregarded that notion that, like, you have to compensate, you have to, like, accept the fact that it's an MMO, and said, fuck that. It's a single player story that happens to be in a multiplayer environment. And it, you know what? It works. It really worked. Well, on the other hand, yeah, I haven't, to be fair, I haven't tried very much of the FF14 PvP, mostly because I've heard it wasn't great. I am very interested to kind of keep an eye on New World. My issue with New World is, like, again, this goes back to autonomy, mastery, purpose, right? Like, if I'm going to get into New World, I feel like there has to be a reason for it, right? Like, if I'm going into New World, it's for a long term. I'm not just going to go through New World just to level up and see how it is and play it for a little while. If I'm going to get into it, it's going to be because I want to win. And that's a commitment. Like, and I don't know if I know anybody who's actually, like, looking at it that way. It's like, this is my new game. This is what I'm doing. We gotta win for the Syndicate. Like, I haven't ran into that yet. Well, actually, I have ran into it, but I haven't ran into it among people that I know. I hate worms. I'm going to take the sight from a worm.
Warp drive active.
Last thing I want to do yet anymore is play yet another fantasy MMO. I'll be honest with you. I accept the space nature of EVE Online. Like, I'm tolerant of it, but I actually do really like... I like fantasy way more than sci-fi myself. I know. String me up. Oh, yeah. It is definitely being used as an exodus for WoW, but that's my point, is that, like, the very first thing that like, when I started trying it out, my first impression was, holy shit, this is like World of Warcraft, but, like, if fun was the major priority above making sure that you play the content as much as possible, you know? He's already on the inside script. We're going to just keep on going. Wait a minute. Wasn't I supposed to go to heck? Hold on. Do I, like... No, your ears are bleeding. Oh, because of the sci-fi thing? I mean, I don't mind sci-fi.
Warp drive active.
I don't know. Like, I was never that much into Star Trek. I was a Star Wars fan. Spaceships is greater than wizards. I mean, they explore different things. Don't get me wrong. And I'm not saying that I don't... I'm not saying I hate sci-fi. I'm just saying between the two, I've always loved fantasy. Didn't we just agree that we shouldn't meet our heroes? I thought we just went over that.
Warp drive active.
So, fantasy and sci-fi touch on different themes. Sci-fi, for the most part, is used to address modern human nature or human condition issues through a lens that is palatable. And so most of the time, sci-fi ends up being very dystopic and tends to kind of get a little bit formulaic, where fantasy explores more things about, like, human psyche and the human condition more broadly, and is closer to like older parables. It's not just, for me, it's not just like, I don't like spaceships.
Warp drive active.
I got that so wrong. What are you talking about? No, sci-fi is all about exploring modern socio-political issues. Come on, that's not a controversial statement. Create an MMO based on the Stephen King's Dark Tower universe. Oof. Have I ever seen the info in the Foundation film, Asimov? No, I haven't. I mean, again, I am. This is not. I'm not a subject matter expert on this. So if I'm wrong, then that's fine. This is my impression of things. But no, I definitely Asimov definitely explores modern issues. Like a lot of times sci-fi, the reason why they're writing it is because they see where we're going and want to explore that and want to warn people about the future. Like there's the vast majority of sci-fi follows under that, including Asimov. Okay, good. But like I said, fantasy, especially with the acceptance of magic, like that's a whole nother kettle of fish, right? Like, because magic is like physics that we don't understand. And like the idea of hard magic systems and soft magic systems, the symbolism behind it, I think it's all very interesting. Or it can be interesting. It can be well executed. It can be terrible. Fantasy can definitely be terrible. But sci-fi is, in my opinion, far more grounded in real life, because oftentimes sci-fi starts from the premise of the modern world. What does the modern world grow into? Whereas fantasy has no compunction to try to be what happened before, right? Sci-fi almost always wants to talk about what is going to happen later or what could happen from this timeline. Whereas fantasy's like, doesn't even try. It's just like, this is the world of fairy tales. And that's why I'm saying, like, fantasy is far more like a fable. Whereas sci-fi, if you usually you don't have to get too deep down like the symbolism to realize that like it's criticizing some sort of socio-political issue. Oh, both of those are good though. Don't get me wrong. I mean, like Blade Runner is invaluable in not only understanding or like, let me put it a different way. Blade Runner only becomes more relevant as we as a culture and a community explore issues like racism, racial integration, second-class citizens, etc. Right? Like, you can't write a book about how this is just to, let's do a demonstration of how inflammatory it is. You can't just say Black Lives Matter and have that go unchallenged politically, right? Like it's too real. It's too much. You can't handle it. Right? We can't handle the reality of how our culture is working. But we can explore how humans treat androids. We can explore how Cylons treat humans. We cannot address the invasion of sovereign countries by the United States, like Iraq and Afghanistan, and what we do to those cultures. We can't just write a book about that from the Afghanistan's point of view, but we can make a season of Battlestar Galactica that basically does it for us. Right? That's what I'm talking about. And again, I'm not saying it's good or bad for any given implication. I'm just saying that's what sci-fi is used for.
Warp drive active.
EVE Online is the same thing. EVE Online is an exploration of post-humanity, the costs of post-humanity, the value of post-humanity. What happens when, what kind of effect does immortality have on people, on resource scarcity? You know, the idea that, like, in a future in which technically resources should be very, very plentiful, like, the themes and stories of EVE Online are not isolated from the real world. But they are insulated enough that we can handle these stories in a way that we can't handle real-life political issues. Star Trek was born from the Civil Rights Movement. Thank you. And again, I'm not saying this is bad. I'm just saying, like, this is why we have stories. This isn't... I'm sorry if this is news to anybody.
Warp drive active.
Whereas in fantasy, the symbolism is usually more overt. You know, or maybe overt's the wrong word. The symbolism is more symbolic. You know, a conch shell that becomes, you know, faded, or something like that, right? Like it's more esoteric. That being said, okay. That being said, I don't know. I grew up with fantasy. I like it. I like sci-fi too. I just like fantasy more. Like, I'd rather play... I have World of Darkness, and I like World of Darkness. I have a lot of World of Darkness. Here, I'll show you. I'll move my camera real quick. Hold on. You ready for, like, crazy... Here, hold on. Let me see if I can do this. I'll let you guys behind the scenes a little bit. Camera scene. Oh, nope. Oh, gosh. Let's hide this. That's a weird... Okay, whatever. I don't know why this scene's called the camera scene, but okay. So, let's see if I can do this. If you look over there, that bookshelf right here, that's all World of Darkness books. So, I really like World of Darkness, but it's really hard to play because it's in the modern world. D&D, far easier to make stories for. Far easier to make cool for people, in my opinion. I could just suck. Where's my... There it is. Yeah. Speaking of which, I really, really want to get back into running a D&D campaign, or taking part in one. I was thinking about starting one with just Lost Mines of Phandelver, if anybody hasn't ever tried D&D before. I just need some players for it. Thinking about doing it actually on Thursday. Well, I opened up the market. I'm going to go get coffee now while we wait for the market to fucking lock up my computer. Shoot. That probably was loud for you guys. I apologize. What edition do I play? Of which? World of Darkness? New World of Darkness. I have New World of Darkness books. Not the... Excuse me. Not the new stuff, but the stuff that everybody hates. A theme in my life is that I tend to like the things that everybody hates. So I've got the new World of Darkness, which is, so they went old World of Darkness, the new World of Darkness, and then they kind of brought back old World of Darkness with World of Darkness 3.5 or whatever it is called now. Yeah, I have the stuff from like the 2000s. Still locked up, by the way. I came back. So the thing about World of Darkness, though, is that I think that World of Darkness is a great universe to like write stories in, but I feel like the actual act of playing World of Darkness is like optimistic. Oh, coffee. Oh, coffee. You make everything better. Palladium's fun. Heroes Unlimited was great. Rifts was good. You can tell some good stories in Rifts. Rifts is some pretty fantasy sci-fi, man. By remotely. Oh yeah, I'm in the wrong station. Yeah, Rifts is really great. Man, imagine my disappointment when I found out that Rift, the MMO, wasn't built off of Rift, the pen and paper. I had thought for the entire development of Rift that it was going to be based off of Rifts. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game was awesome. There's at least one person in this chat right now that's like, what? Speaking of which, another game that I'd really like to play just as a one-shot is Paranoia. I've played Paranoia once. It was hilarious. I'm not sure if I'm quite up to like being the storyteller for it or GM or whatever you call it. But man, is Paranoia funny.
Warp drive active.
Speaking of which, has anybody played the Paranoia video game? Friend computer. Hold on. I have some of this stuff.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
So, Toe Jam and Earl. Oh my God. Wait, Toe Jam and Earl. Is there a Toe Jam and Earl pen and paper? What? No. No way. Dog Styler, I'm gonna turn this off and put on Toe Jam and Earl. I've got it on Steam. Don't tempt me. Anywho, so some of you guys may know that I had a pretty garbage birthday, but I did get one birthday present, which is this. It's Game Master's Book of Random Encounters, 500 plus customized maps, tables, and story hooks. So, really cool book for me to go through for that. Although I'll have to figure out how to put some of that stuff on like Roll20 if I want to use it. And then Paranoia. So, just in case there's people in the audience that have no idea what we're talking about and think that we're crazy, let me confirm that we are by reading this. Paranoia troubleshooters. Trust the computer. The computer is your friend. Greetings, citizen. The computer has made you a troubleshooter, a protector of the underground city of Alpha Complex. You and your fellow troubleshooters will have lots of fun rooting out the communist mutant traitors. The computer says so. The 20... it's just like the 25th anniversary, blah, 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 blah. In Paranoia, you play as a troubleshooter in service to the computer. Trust the computer. The computer is your friend. You are the computer's trusted agent and protector of Alpha Complex, the computer's underground city in the far future. You are a troubleshooter because you turned in a friend for treason. The computer has had him executed for betraying Alpha Complex. The computer rewarded you for your loyalty. Now you root out all traitors and apprehend or execute them. You uncover corruption among the computer's servants and turn them into internal security. You find trouble and you shoot it. A traitor is a malevolent human citizen who has betrayed his friends, the computer, and seeks to destroy the computer, Alpha Complex, humanity, and life as we know it. You must unmask and destroy all traitors. Watch out, traitors are everywhere. Mutants are traitors. These genetic freaks have uncontrollable abilities that selfishly use for their own advancement, rather than serve Alpha Complex. You must subdue and eliminate them. Members of the secret society are traitors in organizations unsanctioned by the computer. They conspire irresponsibly to undermine the good order of Alpha Complex. You must destroy them. By the way, you are a mutant and a member of a secret society. You are a traitor. That game is so good. Man, I used to play pen and paper games. Like, that was the vast majority of my teenage years was spent playing Magic the Gathering, pen and paper RPGs, and Warhammer. I don't want to close the market again. But then again, if I jump to another system, will it lock up the computer, the whole thing again? If I just jump to another region? I wonder. That'd be terrible. Stop blocking the UI thread. Yes, exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. We still have 34 minutes to the first skin giveaway, which is a Raven Scope Syndication skin. You do have to be here at the time of me pulling it for you to win.
Warp drive active.
The 1985 Paranoia box? Awesome. This is... published in 2009. Originally published in 1984, Paranoia sold over 150,000 copies. The Mongoose edition updates Paranoia for this new and more paranoid time. That's kind of sad, isn't it? It's like, yeah, we had to update our game from 1985 because just the paranoia wasn't creative enough anymore. Reality's gotten far worse than. Oh man. What do they say? Satire's dead? I should probably find a place to sell these things. None of those. I opened up the market again. This actually could legitimately be bad. There's a lot of scavengers out there. Oh, shit! Oh, fuck me. Fuck. Like, do I close the client? I doubt it. Fuck! I think that's true. Let's do it. Wait, I got a better idea. Oh, fuck! It's too late now. Whatever's happened, happened. I mean, it probably would. But it's like, do I... Fuck it. Whatever. I wasn't scrammed at that exact second, but that doesn't mean I didn't get scrammed right after that. My rep was active, but there was a lot of scavengers on the field. I mean, I've made more than the Kiki's worth for sure, but like, it still sucks. Especially since I've been saying that all day. Now this is being locked up. Oh my God.
Connecting.
Maybe. I might be. I might be. Or I might be in the site. And it opens up the fucking market! I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why. I mean, at this point, if I have to put in a bug report... That's one sound. Fucking die. Close everything. Kill everything. Fucking go. God fucking damn it. Man, if they had, like, killed and potted me, that would have been, like, the worst. Is anybody else having that problem anytime you open up the market? Why would clearing the cache fix that? Wouldn't that make it worse? Not happening to you. No, I know these rats at least pod you in low sec. I don't think they do in high sec, but they do in low sec. I'm gonna finish this site and we'll look into it. Okay. Well, fuck. Could be. Hold on. Control F M. There we go. Well, this isn't even going to work because this locks up. It locks up the client. It's not going to give me any information. The rats pod in low sec. I don't think they do in high sec because I did see a pod in one of these sites for a while. But basically, all rats authored since Invasion has the capability of podding. Yeah, I know the freezing when undocking in space, and I've had it when opening up my assets before. I'm glad too. I mean, like I said, I could have replaced it, but it's nice. It's a nice ship. It would have been embarrassing and frustrating. I'm in a Kiki. Oh man, that's always a nerve-wracking too. Guess they didn't want to stay. Well, no, because the same thing happened while I was docked up too. It could be something with my client. Maybe it's... No. I'll keep an eye on like my memory or whatever. My memory consumption on my computer. Well, I mean, I haven't tried it. You guys have been watching it since it started, so I haven't really like tested it too much like that. I'm still being disrupted.
Warp drive.
Probably Windows Update. I mean, it could, well, yeah, I mean, it's probably a client-side issue, right? I don't think it's an SSD because all of the data that it'd be processing would be server side. When will the skin raffle finish? Looks like in about 20 minutes. Let me double check that. Yep, 22 minutes. Yeah, my stream is laggy because I'm making it do other things right now, including looking at like the ticket or the giveaways and stuff. I'm also rendering a lot of frames due to lag. Maybe I should change my OBS settings? Wait a minute. Okay. This says it seems to suggest I have 2 clients open, but... Oh no, that's the Crashmon service. Got it. Yeah, I may try that. I mean, so this laptop has had like lockup issues or like jittery issues before, just because that I haven't quite been able to diagnose yet. But that was the worst I've seen by far. Oh. What? Okay. Interesting. Opening up the log viewer also locked up my client. Which, again... Fuck my Kiki, I guess. Matt12, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole of Sheep Online. Why is this multiple times? God damn it, man! Fuck! Yeah. But I mean, I've been doing this for a while. Oh man, every single time I'm doing something now, it's the log viewer. Okay. All right. Yep. This is a very modern... This laptop is technically better than my desktop that I was using. I think it is hard drive issue. It's all right. I have an idea. I'll set up... I'm probably gonna set up my other computer to be like... I've been letting my son use the other computer. This is technically a stronger computer. But the other one is the one I used to. I will do nothing besides my site until I'm done. Thank you. Especially since the last rat is almost here. In fact, let me close this too. I don't want any mistakes to happen. Yeah, I'm plugged in. And it has a fan on it. Like I said, I mean, I play it all the time. I've been using this laptop for almost a year now. Yeah. Yep, the, Peld does that. Are you suggesting that Peld might be making the rest of it slow? That seems unlikely. Let's try that.
Warp drive active.
All right, close Peld. And then we're going to open up the market, right? There it goes. Very, very strange. Hold on. Task Manager shows nothing too unusual.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I don't know, man. I should look into that thing. I don't know how to pump my streaming from one place to another. I could always do that. All right. Let's see. And even just clicking over to here, like, yeah, any change to the market is like super laggy right now. Even clicking on a new thing, any pulling and processing of data like that. All right. I've had problems like that where like session change timers do the same thing. Turning off the resource cache enabled fixed it. Log viewer still is a problem. Resource cache uses, here we go. It's got 1 megabyte of resource cache and it's hitting the top. So it's hitting its maximum resource cache, and that's causing it to break up or break down. I think that's what's happening. So yeah, and man, I suspect that this hard drive has been having issues anyways. What is the hotkey for the window? Control Alt Shift M. All right, I'm gonna. I'm gonna close it and reopen it. With the new settings. And then we'll do once I get this sorted, we'll do the giveaway. We're like at 10 minutes away from the giveaway anyways. I also want to show off the there's a new fitting your ship video, and I want to watch that and give feedback to it because I have my own fitting ship video that I want to come out with, and so I want to see whether or not they address the things that I want to see addressed. We'll see. Blisker says that the video is great. I look forward to that. Otherwise, I might need to reboot my computer, which would suck for everybody.
Connecting.
Am I running a VPN? No. All right, let's get this video ready and we'll check it out while I fiddle around with this a little bit. Especially since the client is still apparently not working out very well. It could be OBS, or maybe, I don't know. Either way, here's the video.
Bringing the right tools to a fight is key to winning. Whether you're setting out on your next mission or diving into the unknowns of wormhole space, fitting your ship well is the best way to help ensure success. In this video, you'll learn about the fitting process and how you can design a ship to take on any challenge. The first step to fitting for purpose is to pick the right ship for the task. When taking on missions, for example, you can start level 1 missions with just a Tech 1 frigate. As you progress to level 2 missions, you should look to upgrading to a destroyer. Level 3 missions usually require at least a Tech 1 cruiser, and level 4s are much more difficult, requiring the use of a battleship. When picking your ship, sometimes referred to as your hull, take note of the ship bonuses seen in the Show Info window in the Traits tab. Using modules to match these bonuses is the best way to make sure that you're getting the most out of your fit. You can get further clues about how to best fit the ship by hovering over the ship characteristics icon in the top of the window. When you're ready to start fitting, it can be useful to begin with a simulated fit. To enter fitting simulation, first open the fitting window, then click on the simulate button in the top right. This will show a holographic image of your ship and a list of modules on the left-hand side. Any changes you make now will not apply to your actual ship, allowing you to freely try out different options without having to buy all the modules first. You can even use the Hulls and Fits menu to create fits for ships you don't yet own. Save your fits for future use, or browse a selection of community-created fittings. With your ship hull selected, you can now start adding modules to see how it performs. You can browse modules on the left-hand panel and click Show Info to get an idea of what they all do. Each module you add will take up some of the ship's power grid and processing power. These are represented on the lower right.
Why would you call it power grid? Or why would you call it processing power instead of CPU?
Modules exceeding your power grid or CPU will be offline and unable to be used. You can also see a breakdown of the ship's stats in the panel on the right. Theorycraft.
That's true, but I don't feel like that well explains the relationship between ships, slots, power grid, and CPU, and how they're all different and how you can improve it through different ways, but that these are the restrictions of the fit. Hopefully they'll go into it later, but like, I don't feel like that was a really great introduction to CPU and power grid.
Crafting and fitting for PvE is a balancing act between 4 main pillars. As you improve one aspect of the fit, you will probably need to make sacrifices in other areas to make it work. The 4 pillars to balance any successful fit are the amount of damage per second, or DPS, that your ship can apply on target, your tank, meaning how much incoming damage your ship can survive, your mobility, how quickly you can move around in space, and finally, your capacitor, the energy your ship has to use the modules while in space.
Again, they may go into this later. I just like pausing it and talking so that way I look dumb later. But I feel like mobility is part of tank, and that relationship is also not being explained here. And if you think about it, capacitor is also a kind of tank. But whatever.
For the first pillar, we have your outgoing damage. There are many different weapon systems in EVE, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. Your choice of weapon type will be decided by the ship hull, but you can further specialize based on how you plan to fly your ship. Projectile weapons, for example, fit onto Minmatar ships and are split into close-range autocannons or long-range artillery. Weapons are always fitted into the high slots of your ship.
You're going to mention that Minmatar use a certain weapon system. Why don't you show where you can see what weapon system each race uses, or each ship uses?
We can also use the low slots to add damage modules to make our guns hit harder. For our auto
You explain that damage modules go into the low slots, but you could have easily have said weapons and utility highs go in the high slots, shield tanks, propulsion, and EWAR generally go in the lows, damage, armor tank, and, you know, engineering generally goes in the low, or in the, sorry, the shields and stuff in the mids, armor tank in the lows. Sorry, go on.
cannons here, we're fitting 2 Tech 2 gyro stabilizers and loading close-ranged fusion ammunition.
What's up, Low
This
Discos?
ammo primarily fires explosive, which is effective against Angel Cartel pirates. Information which can be found in the show info panel when
They show you how to find the damage type to do, but not all that other stuff.
you click on any NPC pirate. For the second pillar, we want to
Also, if you're going to tell people to look at the show info when it comes to the pirates, wouldn't it be useful to be able to look at that information before you get on grid with them? Just throwing that out there. This is another example of why there needs to be, like, they need to fold all of the show info information into the agency and then rebrand the agency as Aura. So that way, that's the place where you go to get information. You can even study your opponent ahead of time.
focus on our defensive capability, our tank. When improving the shields or armor of any ship, you can choose between using active modules such as a shield booster or armor repairer, or buffer modules like the shield extender and armor plate. There is also a third kind of tank that boosts the passive regeneration of your shield to stay alive. For missions, you will likely want to use an active.
Is there a difference between passive shields and buffer shields? That's not a different kind of tank.
Tank. This will allow you to repair your ship
It's
while
just
in
an added
space and
advantage
fighting
of shield
instead of
buffer.
running away when your shield or armor are low. Your choice in shield or armor is also usually decided by the ship hull and
Yes,
how many
serial killer.
types of each slot it has. Shield modules tend to use mid slots and armor modules fit into low slots. We'll use a shield booster here to repair our shields and a hardener module to improve our resists. If you know which type of damage
Wait, Matt, what's the difference between a shield buffer and passive shield regen then? Like, a passive shield buffer, passive shield regen by definition has a strong shield buffer, and shield buffer is the heart of passive shield tanks. Right, but okay, so here's how regeneration works, just in case people don't know. So I understand. Okay, I get you. If you don't also improve the regen time, then is it truly a passive shield regen? I get it, but I'm just saying, like, I guess all I would say is that in my opinion, a passive shield ship is a special kind of buffer tank, and this was an opportunity to talk about how armor is different than shields. But I guess that is a little bit out of the scope for the video. But just so that we understand. What I'm talking about here is, can I hover over this? No, can I hover this? Yeah. So here I have 562 shield hit points and a shield recharge of 468 seconds. So what that means is that in 468 seconds, I will go from 0 hit points to full hit points. Now, obviously, recharge is not obviously, but it's worth noting at this point that shield recharge isn't even all the time. That the closer you get to about 25 to 30%, the higher that's peak recharge. But for the purposes of this conversation, we're going to just ignore peak recharge for a minute. So I have 562 hit points, and it regens every 468 seconds. So that means I'm regenerating just over, well, right now it's 3 hit points per second. But I think that might be a peak recharge, because that doesn't quite make sense. It'd be a little over 1 per second if it was just even. Because, you know, in 486 seconds, if you got 1 hit point per second, you'd have 486 hit points, and I'd only be 100 hit points away from being full. So, minute and a half, whatever, right? So if I got a module that increased my shield buffer, that won't change my shield recharge time. My shield recharge time will remain 468. So if for somehow, let's say I triple my shield hit points, I actually end up also tripling my shield regen because the regen now heals more hit points in the same amount of time. Okay? That's what I mean by buffer and passive regen are technically the same thing when it comes to shields. So passive regen shield ships are a special kind of buffer, shield buffer, because they actually have built-in regeneration where armor does not. But that's just fun fact. Yeah, it does still work actually. And there are definitely some shield ships, Gila, Rattlesnake. There's a lot of shield ships that will go with a passive tank. And generally what they do, well, first of all, they were going to rebalance shield modules to make it so that this wasn't a thing anymore by making it so that like cat batteries. And so the thing is that unlike a lot of other modules, there's a lot of things in shields and capacitor that are just raw amounts, right? Like this battery doesn't give me a percent of capacitor. It just gives me capacitor, right? Hold on. I think. I could be wrong. Yeah, it just gives me straight up 675 gigajoules. So, whereas other modules that have a like a percentage bonus, those have stacking penalties, right? So if I got a whole bunch of armor resistance modules, within 2 or 3 armor resistance modules, I'm now getting tiny effects from it. But if I'm getting armor buffer modules, like a plate, that's going to be effective, even if it's going to be the same amount of hit points if it's the first plate I put on or the 5th plate I put on. Now, obviously, you probably aren't going to put 5 plates on your ship, but there are a lot of ships that if you load up the low slots and the mid slots with a whole bunch of shield buffer and shield recharge, you bring down the shield recharge time, up the shield hit point time, and it gets to the point where it's now regenerating enough hit points that it is by itself regenerating. That is referred to as passive shield regen. Now, I also, since I'm talking controversially about all of this, I'm going to say one more controversial thing, which is that a passive shield tank is any shield tank that relies on the passive regen. It is not a tank that doesn't use any active modules. You can use invulns and still have it be a passive shield tank. It's not 100% passive. It's not capacitor neutral or whatever you want to call it, but you do not have to be, you do not have to have no activatable modules for it to be a passive shield tank. Come on now. All right, you can no longer enter the raffle. So we're going to finish this site and do a poll. It is wait, if you have 2 hit points in shield buffer, it's a passive tank. It's passive tankable. I'm confused. Are you suggesting like the only hit point that matters is the last one? Oh, right. I was watching a video. Welcome to my ADHD.
You'll be taking, then you can fit specific resists here. But we're going to go with the multi-spectrum shield hardener, which boosts all resists simultaneously. It can also be useful to fit a damage control. This module improves your shield, armor, and hull resists and takes up a low slot, which we have plenty of. After fitting that damage control, we're now over on CPU. To fix that, we're going to fill our last low slot with a new type of module, a fitting module. In this case, we want a co-processor to improve the ship's CPU output.
Why would you describe it as every single module you've introduced right now is a new module?
Now that we have tank and damage, we need to consider the third pillar, mobility. Our autocannons are short-ranged and will only apply half their damage at their 10km fall-off. To make sure we can destroy pirates effectively, we're going to fit a micro-warp drive. This module will let us move extremely quickly to new targets at the cost of high capacitor usage and an increased ship signature radius. The alternative option to a micro warp drive would be an afterburner, which is slower but uses less
I called it an invuln earlier, didn't I? That's hilarious.
capacitor and does not increase your signature. Signature radius indicates how easy it is to target your ship. A smaller signature radius makes you hard to hit and allows you to take less damage from larger weapons. This can help you tank using signature or speed by getting under your opponent's guns, effectively dodging their bullets. Such a fit might also use a nanofiber to increase their speed and agility. We're going to keep the micro warp drive for now, but notice how it uses a lot of fitting and has overloaded our CPU once again. Instead of using another fitting module, we can instead try swapping out some of our Tech 2 modules for
This would have been a perfect time. Wait, they might actually do it.
instead. In this case, we're going to...
I do like the fact that he does, like he's going to be using a compact version, but Lordy, please talk about why it's called compact and what those words mean. There is nothing in the game that actually explains to you that compact means less fitting. You know, scoped means shoots further. Like, these terms that are used are just not explained.
To use 2 counterbalanced combat gyro stabilizers and the IFFA compact damage control, which have slightly lower stats but reduced fitting costs. Finally, onto the last pillar. We need to fix our capacitor, the amount of energy our ship can use to activate modules. Right now it runs out in only 20 seconds due to our shield booster and micro warp drive. We can start to fix that by using our rig slots. Rigs can improve nearly any function of your ship, but they cannot be removed without breaking them. Fortunately, as this is a simulation, we can test them before fitting them for real. In this case, we are going to use 3 small capacitor control circuits to improve our capacitor recharge speed.
Most ships can't remove the rigs without destroying them.
Our capacitor is still a bit unstable, so we're going to exchange some of our defense.
Riley, you're right. Compact might kind of make sense, but only if you know about it already in this context. But scoped, enduring, upgraded, like these other terms are a little bit less obvious.
Or
give them a break, Ash. There's already too much info for a new there. Yes, I understand. Sorry. I'm intentionally not giving them a break right now because the whole point of me watching this is to give my feedback. So I'm being extra pedantic right now. Are they using a T2 micro warp drive? I don't know, but that would have been a good thing to compact.
Or tank for capacitor by dropping the multi-spectrum shield hardener for a cap recharger, making us cap stable. Being fully cap stable isn't always necessary, but it's nice to have.
Okay, I like them.
Prevents us from running into a situation where our shield booster stops working.
I take like half the bad things back.
There are plenty of other modules to improve your capacitor, such as cap batteries, cap flux coils, or power relays. Each does something unique, so be sure to read the module descriptions. You may have noticed that doing this freed up a lot of CPU, since the cap recharger has lower fitting requirements. We can now remove that coprocessor that we added earlier, freeing up a low slot. This slot is an excellent place to put in an application module like the
hold on. Oh no, Matt, you got ganked? Where? Also, enduring means it takes less capacitor to run.
Tracking enhancer. This will improve the tracking of our guns while also extending our range out to 12 kilometers. Good application of damage on target is vital in both PvE and PvP. Your ship might have really high damage, but if you can't hit small targets, you'll never destroy them. Our fit is now complete. We can now save it, drag the fit name into chat to share it, or even buy it all now with the buy all button. There are more efficiency improvements you can make to your fit, but figuring that out is the art of fitting itself. This may involve getting out there and seeing how different pirate factions behave, and how you need to prepare yourself to deal with their damage types and electronic warfare. Being properly prepared for a fight is the key component for being successful as an enforcer in EVE Online.
Matt, you want to link the loss? That sucks. Do you not have an Instadoc? What were you in? Were you in a, what is it? Blockade? What is the one that can't be scanned? Blockade Runner, right? I can never remember the difference between Deep Space Transport and Blockade Runner. Jita in particular. go ahead and link your loss, Matt. If you don't mind. So the secret is you warp to your insta-dock. You set your destination to G to 44 station. Then you warp to your insta-dock. And then you hit autopilot. So that way the autopilot automatically docks you the moment that you come out of warp. That's the only way to make it so that you don't, like, the tornadoes can't get you. A Synesis. Oh. Wow. Yeah, you must not have... No, actually, even if you disconnect mid-warp, theoretically speaking, the autopilot might just dock you. Yeah, there's 2 times to use autopilot. One is what I just described. And the other is... So, check this out. Let's just pretend. I'm going to jump through here. Okay, I'm about to jump into a really, really bad gate camp, right? Oh my god. Fuck. Fuck, there's like 50 people here. Oh my god, I gotta get out of here. All right. Well, maybe not 50. There's like 3 people here, and it's a giant bubble. Okay, cool. I'm gonna... Well, you can take your kill and link it to Z kill, and then put it here. If you... Hold on. One thing first. One thing at a time. Let me get out of this gate camp first, okay? If you were undocking, then that might be it, but I thought he was saying he's docking. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to right-click on the gate. I'm not going to panic. I'm going to right-click on the gate, hit Set Destination, or in this case, add as first waypoint. And then, so now that's my place, right? So now I'm going to hit Autopilot, Overheated Prop. Really?
Approaching Stargate.
There we go. Yep. And then, so what this is going to do is, I've now overheated my prop. If anything happens to me, I'm just going to keep on trying to go. Doesn't matter what. And the first second that I get within range, I jump. That's the best way to crash a gate.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint.
So those are the 2 times that you should be using autopilot. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So, yeah, if you go... Now, if you go to your kill mails... Is my manual piloting slower? It's just... something might happen. You may not hit it. You can sit there and spam it, but autopilot, basically every single tick, it'll check to see whether or not you can jump, and will jump the very first tick that you possibly can. So you might be able to be as good as autopilot, but you can never be better than autopilot when it comes to crashing a gate.
Warp drive active.
Okay, so interactions. So if you open up your losses and you pull up your loss and go to the cheeseburger menu in the top left and go to copy external kill link, you can then post that kill link to zkill, and then it'll have the kill right now. And I'm reasonably sure zkill is whitelisted on my Discord or on my Twitch, so you can feel free to just post your kill, and then we'll look at it. You said it was a Synesis though. That's nasty.
Warp drive active.
Ah, it's supposed to do a giveaway. Why didn't nobody say, like, hey, what about the giveaway, guys? No, apparently you guys don't like skins. We're going to do the poll. Quick, somebody raise your hand if you're not in the giveaway right now. If you know that you're not in the giveaway, but you're here, raise your hand. You've got like 10 seconds. All right, Riley, you're the guy. Hold on. I'm going to open it back up, and when Riley's done, I'm going to close it again. So, is Till, go ahead and get ready. Hold on. Shoot. Give me a second. I'm not going to, like, it's not like a huge rush thing. I'm going to give you guys a few seconds. All right. Resuming the entries. Come on in. Now, exclamation point plunder. Everybody exclamation point plunder. You got like 30 seconds. Go, go, go.
Warp drive active.
I see there's Riley. Do I see... Who's the other guy? Squant, are you in? Did Squant get in? I think everybody got in. Lord Cal got in. We're going to call it good. Closing entries in 5, 4... Wow, there's a lot of people saying it. All right, hold on. I'll wait. I'll wait. There you go. Thanks, Styler. All right, closing entries. We're going to do another... Don't worry, we're going to do another giveaway. All right, pulling in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Squish. Is Squish here? You've got like 10, 20 seconds to say something? Anything?
Warp drive active.
Not Squant, Squish. Oh, shoot, there's a rogue drone outgrowth here. But wait, they're also being ran. Are they ran? Algos and... Nothing there. I'll go in that one. I don't see any Squish. We're going to pull again. He's not in the chat. You have to be here. Pulling again in 3, 2, 1. Astoriculus. Astoriculus.
Warp drive active.
Are you there? Not in chat. Excellent. This is what happens when you do it for 2 hours. All right, pulling in 3, 2. These, just think about it. These are all people that wanted it, but now don't get it. So it's another chance for you because you stuck around. 3, 2, 1. Valoran. Roll until it's you. Valoran. Did he leave? No, he's here, right? Hey, there you are. All right, you get the Raven skin, Valoran. Go ahead and DM me, and I will get you the code afterwards, and then we will we'll set this up again. Starting over. There we go. Now, exclamation point plunder again. We plunder the rogue drones and you plunder my skin collection. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. Valoran, just DM me in Twitch and I will shoot you the code when I'm done. Oh, this site's clear. That's why.
Warp drive active.
So in 2 more hours, we'll do this. This is going to be the Abaddon skin. Just think, I'm going to get like all of the Typhoon skins for this month. I think I should. I don't know. Whatever. I'm going to get them next month. So I'm going to have tons of scope skins to give away. In theory. I guess, thanks, Discord account hacker. Speaking of my Discord hacking account, I need to double check. I need to check to see if there's any news on that.
Warp drive active.
Losses are there for a reason. They teach you to be more careful next time. Exactly. EVE Online has a lot of lessons to teach, and often death is the cost. Nope, of course not. Yeah, well, when they turned Jita around, a lot of the bookmarks got like ruined.
Warp drive active.
Normally, I don't see people get ganked that easily unless they happen to be in like a blockade runner or something. So I'll show you the other way around. So watch this. I just warp to a station to dock to it. Just straight up, just warp to it. Let's see where I land. So I land within 2K of the station, which means if I was to dock right now, I would fail to dock. I would have to travel the 2K in order to do it, right? Well, tactical overlay is really good, yeah. So this is why you get ganked when you warp to Jita, because you land and you actually have to still travel that 2K, which is not instant, right? So instead,
Docking permission requested.
and to the person that died, I'm not saying that this is you, but this is just for everybody. This is just for everybody. See, notice how I didn't dock right away?
Request accepted.
I had to travel the two kilometers before I could dock. That was the difference. So let's... However, if you undock... when will you do this raffle? Probably in about 2 hours. All right. If I go over here, you see this ring of lights around the station? This represents the zero dock ring, right? So anything theoretically in this ring should theoretically be within 0 of the station and therefore able to dock instantly, right? Now, if you want to do a Sino, you want to put it in a place where there's no like radius around you for things to bump off the architecture, but I don't really give a shit about that. So I'm just going to go right here. In fact, this is good enough, but I'm just going to go a little bit deeper, make my bookmark, and I'm going to say Concord, or rather 311 Concord Instadock, right? So there's my bookmark. It's right here. So now I'm going to warp somewhere else just to simulate.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, no kidding, Shikoken. So this is what every single person that uses Jita should do, and use personal bookmarks. That's a good point. Sorry, Shikoken, you said it. You said it. I needed to hit the approve, and then I didn't, and then you said it in a more cleaner way. But either way, okay. So now I hit L to bring up locations in space, which is going to be there, right? And then I'm going to hit right-click, warp to location, autopilot.
Warp drive active.
You want to start warping first, because if you hit autopilot first, then you're going to warp at 10. But I'm warping.
Autopilot disabled. No waypoints.
Oh shoot, I forgot.
Autopiloting.
Set the station as the destination, and then when you land, the very first tech
requested.
that you're out of space,
Accepted.
out of warp, you automatically dock.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
So that's how to use autopilot. For those of you who say never use autopilot, those are the two conditions in which it's useful to use it. Moving a ton of faction and DED mods and implants through Udama, but only about 50 mil increments. Yeah, yeah. Breaking things up while you move through Udama is a good idea. Obviously, the best thing to do is have a scout. I moved stuff to Jita and T1 indie ships. More than 200 million, no deaths yet. Yeah, I mean, 200 million in a T1 industry hauler, you could probably get away with it just fine. Yeah. I tend to really like to use Synesises for travel. I'm actually really surprised that they popped the Synesis. They must have had your number, man. Yeah. We have a fit. Hold on. So here's the transportation Synesis. It has a sub 2 second align time and has almost 1500 M3. And it has a 5.4 AU warp speed. And then you can go for max cargo. You gain another 200, almost 300 meters cubed, just in case you need it. And the only thing you really lose is your warp speed. Tend to kill most T1 industry ships worth more than 100 million in them because the tornado is worth about the same amount. Well, if you do it, let me ask you this though. Let's say you see a T1 hauler and it's got 100 million ISK in the cargo hold. Do you just go for it by default? Or do you have a sense of like Billy Goat Gruff, right? Like if I gank this guy, I might not be able to gank the next guy. Like this guy's here, but like I guarantee that there's going to be something better that comes around in the next 15 minutes. Oh, I am near Alf. Oops. But they have the people on the undock with scanners. Right, but that's my question though. Like, I'm not talking about like how you find out. I want to know like, if you see something that's worth that little, do you have a compunction to wait for something juicier? Or is it really literally like the first time something shows up that's worth more in drops than your tornado, you go for it? Right. That's true. How much is a tornado worth? So he says, generally ganking something of equal value to your gank ship is unheard of because that actually ends up being not really worth it, as not everything drops. Depends on if you're bored. Yes. Okay. But so the answer to that is yes. Yes, you do take that into consideration, Toshi. But Axdu says, well, me know, but they have people on the oh no, that's the other one. Because if you have to be bored to make that decision, then that means that anytime that you're not bored, you're not going to take it, which means 100 million in a T1 hauler has a certain degree of safety that, say, 200 million in a hauler doesn't. That's what I'm wondering. Like, is there a certain amount of like, this thing could be profitable, but I don't want to get myself locked out for the next 10, 15 minutes? We're just doing event sites and chatting. We've chatted about all kinds of stuff. I'm ranting and raving about like the fundamental nature of sci-fi versus fantasy. We've chatted a little bit about rogue drones. That's a good point. I suppose by going to Jita, you are selection biasing things that are people who are bored. Yes, I mean, I would consider being in Jita always being risky, but I'm just talking about like, you're in Udama, right? and something juicy comes by, do you go for the first thing that's technically profitable, or do you have a certain threshold above that you're comfortable with, that you only really give up if you're bored? Because I know like Princess Aiko and some other people have gone on to me about like describing ganking as being like a math game, right? Because it's not quite so simple. It's whether or not you get a scan and all these other things. So I don't know. Just something to think about. I like to think about. I like to say that the people that get upset about gankers, I like to remind them or get them to think about ganking like the weather, right? Like if you're hauling stuff in a truck, yeah, most of the time it's going to be fine. But like if there's a storm, you could get damaged, right? Like so you got to compensate for that. You don't get to get mad at the fact that there's a thunderstorm. You, as a competent truck driver, needs to understand that thunderstorms happen and what to do in them in that case, right? Or snowstorms or whatever. So in the same way, you can't just get mad at the fact that ganking exists. Squant have a good one. You accept that the challenge exists and adjust for it better than your competition. As I like to say, your job is to make sure that you don't get ganked, but your opponent does instead.
Warp drive active.
Ganking helps the market. I mean, it also helps the hauling gameplay. Like, think about how boring hauling would be without ganking. I'll give you a hint. You don't have to think about it. You could go try it in Echoes, and it's so non-committed. Like, there has to be a whole nother system to help with hauling contracts. You can wait out a storm, but the threat of gankers is ever present. I mean, not really, because you can go look at your forecast. Like, the threat of a storm is all ever present, especially if you don't check the weather. That's my point. Like, you can protect. You can take measures to defend yourself. Every single time I've ever been ganked while hauling or mining or anything like that has always been because I exposed myself in a certain way and was punished for it.
Warp drive active.
There's no repercussions to being a criminal in high sec. Well, of course there's repercussions to being a criminal in high sec. The issue is that with the nature of accounts versus players, it's very difficult to implement a long-term repercussion to being a criminal in high sec, because there's no like if you at a certain point they just move to a different character. Yeah, please do. Serial killer. The fact that nowhere is safe makes Eve great. There are a few streamers that don't understand that concept. Well, so when people complain about things, when people like, you got to remember, I like to remind people that like, when people are complaining about Eve or are failing out or whatever, like realize that they may just be failing, right? They may have just lost the game. Now I just lost the game. Y'all lost the game. Haha. Anyway, so, but what I'm saying there is like,
Warp drive active.
EVE Online asks for you to adapt or die. And there's a certain amount and certain kind of complaint that indicates to me that they are dying and not adapting. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Some of the arguments about Eve say more about the arguer than about Eve. Eve asks you to deal with certain things, and if you refuse to, then you end up complaining about it loudly on Reddit. All right, let's go look at this kill now. I mean, that's a...
Warp drive active.
Yep, that's a transportation Synesis, all right. No prop, though. Fun. So the only other thing I'm going to say to you is, oh man. So like you've got 4 16th tier overseer personal effects. So I don't mean to be like banging on you once you already died, and I'll probably I'm going to throw you some ISK to compensate. But just so you know, you should not have taken this ship to Jita at all. These, oh my God, you've got 400 million ISK worth of your drops should have been taken to a Concord station. Anywhere but Jita. Yeah, never, ever, 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 if you can avoid it, take and sell Overseer's effects in Jita. If you had just done that alone, you would have been fine. Yeah. That's a good point too, Serial. Make sure to put the guy's corp into on red, so that way you recognize him next time. Well, I mean, what I like to do is what I did earlier, which is just, oh God, hold on. Let me kill some more rats before I do this. God, I almost opened up the market again. Should be fine now, but I'm nervous. I also don't have any Overseer's effects because I just sold them. So I'll finish this site first. Okay, so that tornado is 119 million. So basically, if you're carrying less than 200 million, this tornado won't gank you. Small secure container wouldn't have helped anything. You can see 2 layers in. No, I know. I understand that that's not Matt's killer, but I'm just saying, like, assuming a tornado is 110 million ISK, it will likely not try to gank something that's less than 200 million. So CCP kind of does tell you where to sell this stuff. Honestly, like, this is one of the things that CCP does tell you. Yeah, you can double wrap your stuff. So basically, when you scan a ship, they can see what's in your ship and what's in their containers. But they can't see what's in your container's container. So if you do what's called double wrap, when you make a courier contract, it puts it in a plastic wrap. It puts all your stuff in a box called a plastic wrap. Well, if you then contract the plastic wrap, then it wraps the plastic wrap in a plastic wrap. Then if somebody scans you, all they see is that you have a plastic wrap, and inside that plastic wrap is a plastic wrap. And they don't see anything else. They don't see how much value it is. And so it's basically the same thing as having like a blockade runner, which means that they just gank you just to see what's inside. Now, the other interesting side effect of having a container, even if it's a small container like they were talking about there, the other weird thing about it is it makes it so that it's only one drop, right? So if you put a small container in your cargo hold and you put everything in the small container, rather than every single thing rolling 50-50, that one thing is rolled 50-50. And if it drops, it drops it. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. Yeah, double wrapping is a dangerous game, I would say, because like I said, there's a lot of people that are just willing to pop it to see what's inside. Overseers are bulky, though. I recommend Synesis. Synesis is a great transportation ship for Overseers. The point is just don't bring it to Jita. What's up, Valamir? Hey, Valamir, you're the one that messaged me earlier on Twitter, right? You just need to say yes or no. Yes. Okay, two things. One, no, you're absolutely keeping it. And two, I want to talk to you when I'm done off stream, okay? So, we'll chat. Fair? Now then, Matt. Matt, give me your in-game name. Wait, I have the kill mail.
Drive active.
Oh, are you saying that Synesis isn't him? Is the Synesis not him, or is the tornado not him? No, dude. Okay, listen. I'm not just replacing it. I'm just going to give you like 100 million. Not because I'm trying to make it easier for you or anything like that, but you allowed me to look at your stuff and give you advice and all that stuff, and that can be embarrassing. You were used as an example, so I'm going to give you a reward for that. That's all. If I had not have told you to pull up the kill mail and all that stuff, then I wouldn't have done that. But I wanted to use it as an example, and I'm not going to just drag you out in front of everybody and not help you out. Besides, everybody's got to know that you have money again so they can come and kill you. You've no portrait? Wait, you started, you're like a month old? Is this really your, or 2 months old? Is this really is this your first character? You got your revenge? Oh gosh. Ha, the quartermaster. Nice. Oh, okay, good. Okay, cool. There you go. I'll give you 100 million. That's enough to thank you for using you as an example, but not enough to make it so that, you know, you don't feel the pain of your loss. No problem. Now you know better. Exactly. If you don't suffer, how do you learn? It's true. Lessons that hurt teach better lessons. Losses that hurt teach better lessons. You don't forget it. Let me tell you, I understand tracking disruptors a lot better now that I lost a 5 billion ISK Demos in the Abyss. Let me tell you, I have a newfound respect for tracking disruption. The ISK from that ship was supposed to cover the handouts I did for the fleet I ran last night. Well, the good news is that I'm sure you know, if you had the capability of getting that stuff, you're going to have the capability of getting it again. And this time, you know, to use a Concord station. And if you're using low-sec sites, by the way, there are plenty of Concord stations in low-sec as well. So the Overseer's here, so let me show you. Huh. Leo Second says that he also has found newfound respect for tracking disruption. I think. Axedo, I don't think it'll probably pass whitelist. So, give me a second. You can DM me it on Twitch. So if I open up view market details on a overseer effect, this is how you tell, okay? Remember how they said, oh, CCP doesn't tell you things? So this actually is one of those ones that they do tell you. One second. Let me pop this open. I think that part of my problem is Chrome. Have I seen Frinturu in a while? I saw him a little bit ago, but I don't... Like, a few months ago? I haven't seen him for a little while. Yeah, so here's all of the DED stations. Leo Sagan coming in with a T1 sub for a second month. Thank you so much for that. Let's go ahead and give all them 07s in chat. Thank you so much for your support. That's what makes this possible. All right, so the Overseer's effect specifically says anyone that procures a Overseer's personal effects. Nightlight9, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole, Jeeve Online. Can sell them to Concord or DED for a reasonable amount of cash. So it even says right there that you can do this, okay? And then if you just search for the word Concord, there's all the Concord stations. And you can also do the same thing for the word DED. But if you just right-click Show Info, or sorry, now if I go right-click View Market Details, what you're looking for here is these buy orders with 89 days in them. If the buy order has 89 days, and it's an even price, that's not even the right one. Hold on. Nope. All these are bad. It's not 89 days. It's longer than 89 days. Oh well. We'll have to find a different one. My point is that you'll see significantly longer dates and like 5,555 under quantity. That indicates that it's an NPC buy order. You can sell as many as you want to it. Whew, I'm going to have to go to the bathroom again. Ash NPC station locator Ouroboros. Not sure if I got that joke or reference or what. I mean, I know what an Ouroboros is. Right. You'll see buy orders in Concord stations, exactly.
Warp drive active.
Oh no! I got it, chicken. This is cool. The other way you can do it, though, is if you have Concord LP or DED LP, you can go look at that. Because if you go into your wallet, loyalty points, it shows you the nearest station with that loyalty point, which should work too. So, like, there's the DED one and there's the Concord one. But those might be low sec. All right, I'm going to go dock up real quick. Oh,
Warp drive active.
I'm definitely docking up in the air station.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, same is true with Sleeper Loot and a bunch of other commodities, Triglavian data sheets, etc. Noobs should learn how to use third-party tools. I have a whole page of third-party tools and third-party websites on the Notion, on our Notion board. Okay, I'll be right back.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I think that air stations just kind of represent where they're going with things. Like, if you look, I mean, you can very much see how this is an extension of kind of the design that they did for like the new Jita 4.4. Did anybody explain stacking penalties to this guy? The game tells you. All of the eye stabs. All the eye stabs. Hold on, let me. I'm curious. So this is actually going to be another fun lesson. So I have a question for you guys, and this is more of a broad question. So feel free to answer now. Feel free to answer later. DM me, whatever. But I want to think about, like, I've been playing a lot of Eve, but I'm also playing other games as well. So this was brought up during one of the other games, but it's relevant no matter what. The emotes that I have, I've changed them back from the Mimitar ones because Mimitar Liberation Day is over. But, like, is there any ideas about what we should do for emotes, especially T2 emotes? And then also ideas for the loyalty points, especially, or channel points, whatever you want to call them. Especially stuff that will work in other games as well. So let's look at this. Let's look at this Occator. See what he's done with himself. I mean, on the one hand, I get it, because it's like, okay, well, I'm an Occator. Cargo extension doesn't matter because I'm using a special cargo hold anyways that doesn't get enhanced by that, right? So hold on, let me double check, make sure I'm not fucking crazy. Yeah. So first and foremost, this is the type. No. Okay, yeah. My bad. I always get the two confused. So deep space transport. This is the one with the big cargo hold, lots of tanks. So this thing can be super well tanked. This is not super well tanked. If you want to go for speed, the cloaky one is going to be better for speed. But let's look at this. All of these eye stabs, and he's still got an alignment of 9.61. Okay? I'm getting there, Remy. So, first and foremost, he's tank. None of this fit is expensive either. So this warp core stabilizer. Let's talk about the positives for a second. This warp core I'm trying to, but it's a Tech 1 warp core stab. Actually, I think that Tech 1 warp core is like technically as good, if not better, than Tech 2 warp core. If I remember correctly, just because of the way that the timer works in a weird way. But yeah, because there's apparently no difference in how much warp core stability it gives you. So you might as well use a Tech 1 warp core stabilizer. So fine. I'm getting there. So the warp core stabilizer is good. The micro warp drive is good because it can do micro warp drive trick. We'll get to that in a second. Okay, so this has a 9.61 align time. There's two problems with that. One, that's not 2 seconds. That's not sub 2 seconds. So this thing is absolutely catchable, first and foremost. So in that sense, none of these eye stabs are doing anything. But in a very more literal sense, since EVE Online functions on a 1 second tick, so 1.99 seconds is 1 second, or is 2 seconds rather, but 2 seconds, 2.00 is actually 3, if that makes sense. So it rounds up, but it rounds up like a whole full number, right? So you need to be at least 1.9. There's no rigs. Yes, good catch. I too don't rig my T2 ships. So the idea is that, like, if you can get below a round second, then congratulations, you've made your line speed faster. If it doesn't, then it doesn't do anything at all. Like, it literally does nothing at all. 1.89 seconds align time, and 1.99 seconds. 9.61 seconds and 9.99 seconds, or well, 9.59 seconds. I forgot how minutes work. Are the exact. No, it is. No, it's decimal. It is 99. They're the exact same time. So let's go. But let's get back to the. With that in mind, let's get back to the stacking penalty. So it's even telling us right now. It's like, holy crap, man! Like all of these things are. It's crazy, right? So it says using more than one module that affects the same attribute in the ship is subject to diminishing returns. While the first module applies 100% of its attribute bonus, the second one only applies 87%. The third one applies only 57%. The fourth one only 28%. So we're actually past that. So that fifth one is like 10% or less of the effectiveness. Cool. So let's see how many of these eye stabs I can turn off before we get to 10 seconds. 9.82. So this eye stab, completely useless. It might actually be only 2. 10.41. Okay, great. So we can at least get rid of one eye stab, no questions asked, right? Just everything else. Like this fit is the exact same capability as this fit. They are identical. This module is doing literally nothing to this ship. Nothing at all. All it's doing is increasing your signature radius. All this is doing. The only thing that this module is doing is to make it so that people can lock you faster. Which, by the way, don't use eye stabs if you're trying to get out from being locked, because eye stabs make you faster to be locked. This is why you use nanofibers. They don't work as well, but they also don't make you easier to lock. Did you try to uncode the intercepted rogue drone communication? Yeah, I have all of the rogue drone communication fragment. I don't, but I posted it on the forums, and I think Uriel posted it on Reddit, all of the translations. Yeah, the nanofiber has less cargo space. Thanks. Okay, so now let's go with the real joke about all this. Ready? This ship has the same capability as this ship. It aligns in 10 seconds. You know what else aligns in 10 seconds? This ship. This ship aligns in 10 seconds. See? Micro warp drives have a cycle time of 10 seconds. Which means if you... Squish! I'm sorry, man. You missed the giveaway earlier. You actually won, but you weren't here. So, as long as you have a micro warp drive, and it's powerful enough, then you can cycle on the micro warp drive, and then cycle off the micro warp drive, and it'll warp at the end of that 10 seconds, regardless of your align time. An Orca with a 30-second align time, with a I think 500 MN micro warp drive, will align in 10 seconds. As long as that micro warp drive is turned on and turned off, right? So what I'm saying here is that this ship still aligns in 10 seconds. So all of this, oh man, Squish, let me know. I'll give you something to make up for it. So we could have just used all of this low slots for tank and been perfectly fine. Because, well, I still would warp in 10 seconds. Just something to think about. All right, we picked apart this fit enough. Yes. And Nubro asks, how do I get my ship to go faster? People say eye stabs. This is what we end up with. Absolutely, I agree with that. Which is why I'm taking the time to explain differently now. Right. So I guess this is a good time to talk about like the mechanic of what's happening here. The way that warping works is that every tick it checks. And if you have a vector that is traveling in the distance, in the direction of your warp travel or your intended warp travel going 70% of your maximum speed, then you enter into warp. So what that means is that at the end of 10 seconds, like the micro warp drive gets you to go up to speed very, very fast, but it's based on the micro warp drive speed, right? So you're not actually high percentage of your speed, and then that 10 seconds ended. I think it's 70. That 10 seconds ends, and the micro warp drive cuts off. That changes your maximum speed back down to the non-micro warp drive speed, but you're still going the speed that you were going thanks to the boost of the micro warp drive, which means that you are now going over 70% of your maximum speed in the correct direction, and so you warp. This is also why webs work, because webs cut down your maximum speed. So if you get the ship, if you hit alignment with a ship and then hit it with webs, it'll warp really fast because you cut their speed down so much that they are already 70% of their maximum speed. The issue with this is if the vector is in the wrong direction, then it'll still depend on your agility, because your agility represents how much you can change your vector per tick, right? So if your vector is going in the wrong direction, you first have to get out of that vector to get the new vector, which is why if you undock and hit warp and then web yourself, it does not work, because you're going in the wrong direction for your vector and it needs to correct it first. There you go. Hopefully people learn something. My favorite webber is a double web daredevil. Double 90% daredevil webs my freighter down to 7 meters per second. It does not have to be going very fast.
Warp drive active.
Is it 75? Hold on.
Warp drive active.
Oh, it is 75%. I've always said 70. 75 is fine. Same. If you look on your speedometer, you'll see a little tick where 75% is right. It is. Yep, I've probably always just thought 70 because it's just, I mean, like, it's not like you're going to notice. Yeah, it's funny too because like when you web a freighter into warp like that, it goes sideways because it hasn't finished. Like the visual of where your ship is facing is completely done by client. The ship itself doesn't have a facing; it just has a sphere and a vector, and it uses the vector to determine where to go or how to align you.
Warp drive active.
But it is webbing ships to get them into warp is one of the more counterintuitive things in the game. Yeah, Titans also drift into warp. anything that's like has a big, slow turn time, but yet can still get into warp unusually fast comparatively, will have that effect. Because, like I said, the way it what it shows you pointing at is actually just a derivative of the data. You're never facing anywhere.
Active.
There's no such thing as facing in Eve, which is why there's no such thing as passive alignment. Once you hit your micro warp drive, your ship will reach max space C in no time, which means whenever the micro warp drive goes up, you're going to enter warp. Yeah, exactly. It's also why, also micro warp drives and afterburners also add a whole bunch of mass to you to make it so that you're less, like it takes more to, it effectively lowers your agility without lowering your agility, I guess is a way of putting it. But so this is why, like, when I'm aligned, like if I hit activate gate, or if you're doing any kind of warping whatsoever, you always want to turn off your prop right as you enter into warp, or when you order it to go into warp, you want to cut your prop, because that way you'll get into warp faster, I guess is a way of putting it. Either way. Now, you may get into warp before your afterburner stops cycling or whatever, but like it's just always a good habit to get into, that when you hit warp, you also cut off any prop mods that you have. It's also why you don't want to have a prop mod when you're jumping through a wormhole. I mean, unless you want to, because it increases your mass. You don't want it unless you want it. That's how wormholes work. Hey, Savage, how's it going? We're just chatting about all kinds of different stuff today. This stream is almost certainly going to end up on YouTube, because there's just so much good conversation that came out of this. That is a really nice 07. You know how to get it? Go sub to Mr. Savage's stream. Too easy. Valamir, have a good one. Make sure to hit me up on is it easier to find you on Discord, or I guess I'll shoot you a message on Twitch or on Twitter or whatever. We'll chat later. I guess Styler must have been gone now. I can tell, because it's been it's been like 5 seconds and we haven't gotten a shout out. '07 emotes. Hey, I'm a firm believer in pushing for '07 emotes. Like I said, I'm willing to even make it. I've made '07 emotes for a couple people if they need it. They're relatively simple, so like, I strongly believe that all Eve streamers should have an '07 emote. And I encourage it by letting people shoot up '07s when they're subs. And, because it's important, man. We got to look out for each other in our community. This community is not big enough for us to not buy in, I'm always amazed at how supportive the Eve community is compared to other communities, and how engaged they are. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I understand the difference between Eve and other games and why this happens, but it's neat. What's up? don't get me wrong, like, Eve community is full of jackasses and stuff, but I mean specifically when it comes to Eve Twitch, the people who, like, think about it. The number of Twitch partners that we have that are solely Eve streamers, or the number of people that, like, live in part or in total off of their streaming capabilities in Eve, compared to the audience size. Like, I've talked to other Twitch streamers before, and they literally don't believe me that you could have a big enough audience in Eve to support things, because the amount of support that you get for the same number of people in Eve is incredibly different, noteworthy, I guess. I didn't mean to bait it out, but thank you. So, original name rejected. Coming in with that sub, showing it off, giving that support, that love. This is the last day of September, so it's a good opportunity to get those subs in. You get all of those emotes, including SOE, SOCT, Thucker, Concord, Convocation of Empyreans. There's even some new flashy ones, rotating ones, but of course you get the 07, which is how we thank people like you. Let's give a big old 07 in chat. Whatever 07s, whatever your favorite streamer, any 07s that you have, post them in chat. As we just said, we like to support as many Eve streamers as we possibly can. So get them out there. Let your favorite streamers be known so that way other people can get involved. Revstone. Revstone, you have an emote. That means you're a streamer. I didn't know that. Have I not checked out your stream? I don't think I have. Here, let me VIP you. By the way, if you do see a diamond next to somebody's name in my chat, it generally means that there's an Eve streamer as well. So if you're in the channel right now and you're an Eve streamer and you don't have a diamond and you feel like you deserve one, now's the time to pipe up so that way I can knock them out. Yeah, well, Eve players are generally older, have cash to spend, but more importantly, like I said, well, there's a lot of reasons why, but I think that Eve is different than other games because you're not just watching me. Watching an Eve streamer is playing Eve, right, in a way, because we're all in one sandbox, and intel is power. So, unlike League of Legends, you're not separated from the streamer. Watching the stream is part of your Eve experience, first and foremost. So it's a totally different level of commitment. The second thing is that we're just more practical people, right? Like Eve Online is very much about kind of the harder aspects of economics and politics and all this stuff. It's about the dirtier nature of things sometimes. And so, the idea that people would be more pragmatic and realize that, like, hey, I like this streamer and therefore I want to contribute money because that's how you get to watch things that you like. I'd like to think that would occur to people more than, say, a World of Warcraft viewer who may in fact be using ad block and see that they're getting over on people. I'm sure there's absolutely people like that in Eve too. But what I'm saying is that I think that there would be more people that would be willing to step up. And given the 80-20 rule, you don't need that many more people to make a significant difference in the community itself. Basically, 80-20 rule, if you want to think about it off the top, it basically means that any improvement, for every person that steps up to be part of that 20%, that's worth 4 times as much as, 4 times the people, right? 50% or more of Eve is playing. Hold on, I missed. Is played out of game, right? Sometimes a bit too much of it is. I mean, yeah, it ebbs and flows.
Warp drive active.
But either way, I mean, whatever is the reason, I really appreciate it because, like, you know, I've said this before. I raise an 8-year-old. I have my 8-year-old son. He's got autism. He's now able to be back in school full time, which is amazing. But for the last 2 years, that hasn't been true. If I had to get a full-time job, I wouldn't be able to do what I needed to do as his caretaker. And so while I don't like make the same amount of money as I made when I was a software developer, the key is that I make enough to do what I need to do. And that's thanks to you guys. And I love that so much more because it's like the ability to work for you guys makes everything so clean, right? Am I still in Galmil stuff? Iffy. I mean, yes. Born Crusher, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole of Jeep Online. I mean, I still am attached to Aderon, and I still am focused. Like, I'm not actively doing faction warfare stuff right now, obviously. But I'm pro Galente. Meanwhile, I'm able to tolerate my jobs thanks to streamers, keeping me entertained. Exactly. We have a good mutual relationship. Chicken Nugget Scientist, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole of Jeep Online. I didn't realize you hadn't followed it anymore. You've been a really cool person in our stream, and I really appreciate you deciding to join us, man. I didn't realize that you're being quite so selective, and obviously that means a lot. Doop. This is a dead-end system I keep getting into. Chicken Nugget Scientist. Speaking of which, speaking of Chicken Nugget Scientist, if you're not familiar with, Paul and Storm. I'm not going to play it because I don't want my account to be like taken down or something like that. But there's a song by Paul and Storm called Nugget Man, which is about the guy who invented chicken nuggets. Your name makes me think of that. He's the chicken nugget scientist. So if you haven't listened to that song, you need to. Let's expand this out. Coming back from a 6-month break. Now's probably a really good time to come back. What made you leave 6 months ago? I sincerely believe that we're about to get some really exciting stuff, guys, because we got T2 industry stuff coming. Or sorry, we got the second phase of the industry changes coming. We've got mining changes coming. We've got the new rogue drone stuff, including capital content coming. We got new drones and new mutaplasmids coming. We might have some new post-fin content coming. Real life kind of thing. So there's this awesome, kind of funny image from Gestures Trek. If those of you who know that word, that might have caused some people to go blah. Hold on. Yeah. Oh no, he did a lot of graphs. Hold on. Where is it? I'll find it in just a second. I have it saved. Oh, here, found it. That's the wrong tab. There you go. Now, obviously, it's not 100% accurate, but it's accurate enough to be funny.
Warp drive.
Isn't that great? Oh, Nugget Man. Oh, Nugget Man. Talking about that, it's me or the Trig are not jumping that much to high sec. Is it me or Trig's not jumping that much into high sec? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, there's still the same number of wormholes as before, but I don't think that they camp gates anymore. That might be the difference. Is the storyline warp disruptor any good?
Warp drive active.
Wait. What? Oh, disruptor. Because, okay, scrams have multiple points. Fitting. The storyline is the cheapest fitting in the entire setup. It's the same capability as a Warp Disruptor 2 for almost half the fitting. Yep. And that's true. Storyline stuff is often better fitting. It may actually have less capabilities too, but I think better fitting is one of the things that really comes up a lot in storylines items. I think. How about price? Well, I said like 30 million in there, but that was just an estimate. Eve Goblin, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole with Eve Online.
Warp drive active.
That's what the estimate on the thing said. Managed to keep one of my original tunes, unfortunately. Oh yeah, because you sold all the other ones on the bazaar. I mean, the thing is that like, yeah, skill points are great and all, but like ultimately, it's your capability that's going to make the difference. Heck, if you work hard enough, you can make so much money you can just skill inject past it. But yeah. I suppose me saying like, oh yeah, it's not too bad to have no skill points is easy for me to say now. Let's see, how much skill points do I have? 216 million. Income. Income. Boo. Not going there. we're there. There we go.
Warp drive active.
I really need to get on those Poshfin standing fleets. They happen on Friday and Saturdays, right? Nothing worse than, nothing than losing a 1v1 against you, one of your old tunes. That just reminded me of like Battlestar Galactica with like finding your own body. I think that's all I can say without spoiling things, though. Oh, that's right. Skills aren't here anymore. They're here. Man, that's a lot of space.
Warp drive active.
SGU has guy. SGU has some. SGU. Well, Stargate SG1 had a lot of weirdness in it too. Actually, SG1 and Eve. I often like mentally think of SG1 a lot because so there really does appear like there is the same concept of ascension in Eve Online as there is in SG1. It's not quite as like godly, but the idea of like people becoming so advanced that they get rid of their physical form and become disembodied glowing light is literally something that's in Eve too. So it's one of the pieces of the story that some people, especially that like the Lord, don't really like to deal with very much. But yeah, there are glowing space ghosts running around. So the way you get standings with both Trig and Edencom is that if you kill drifters and rogue drones, well, drifters, sleepers, which is Vigilant Tyrannos, and rogue drones in Pochfin, you get standings with both Edencom and Triglavians. So if you do that, you can actually, you could get your Edencom positive and actually still improve your Trig standings. Anything new in Pochfin space? That, next week. Next week, there's new stuff coming to Pochfin space. I don't know how big of a deal it's going to be, but there are at least landmarks being put into the Pochfin space next week. Let's check this out. And I was supposed to do like stream tags so that way I know when I'm talking about different stuff, so that way I can split it off in my YouTube video. I'm telling you guys, anybody who likes to watch my videos or watch my streams or anything, if you guys could just like make a little note about when conversations start and end or whatever, it'd be so much easier for me to split out the stuff so that way I can put only the useful stuff onto YouTube. But having to go back all the way through my video a second time to find it all is kind of a pain in the butt. What makes it usually not getting done. But that being said,
drive active.
Dang it, wrong one again. All right, so on HoboLeaks, let's get this a little bit. Yeah, okay. Cool. So on HoboLeaks, this is what we got on HoboLeaks. So let's start with the easy stuff, right? So we're actually going to skip all past the entities. I like to get a lot of my information in the strings. That's where all of the best information is, right? So here we can find out that hold on. What? Hold up. Oh. Nope. Weird. Hold on. Oh, there was a new patch to Singularity 23 minutes ago. Interesting.
Drive active.
Don't read too much into any of this because it could be, either way. So this says removed items. This could be like, this could just be a patch issue, but this is what I was looking at, right? So this is probably going to come next week is what's called Totality Day, which is the anniversary. It's 1 year after the formation of Pochfin, right? So this says Edencom Invasions Command HQ, ULI. ULI is the headquarters of Concord, by the way. The new Eden Common Defense Initiative, Edencom, used a highly distributed command structure during the Triglavian invasions of YC-121 and 122. Reflecting the nature of the military alliance relied heavily on line units drawn from the core of empires of New Eden. However, the Edencom Invasion Command HQ of ULI was one of the most critical and heavily defended command facilities due to its location at the heart of Concord's territory and its proximity to the diplomatic center of New Eden's cluster. Once a closely guarded secret, the Edencom Invasion Command HQ is now a reserve command center, with operational command of ongoing Edencom activities shifting to even more secure and secret locations. So this is explaining why we haven't seen it yet. The facility is well remembered as part of the network of command HQs that orchestrated the successful defense of over 150 star systems, fortifying over 50 systems, and preventing the Triglavian invaders from extending their conquest beyond the Pochfin 27. Given the importance of this headquarters and the nearby Edencom Stellar Monitoring Facility, it was decided to locate Edencom's memorial to the Triglavian invasion close by when the veil of secrecy was lifted after the invasions came to an end. And then this says, Edencom Stellar Monitoring. In the course of the Triglavian invasions of YC-121 and 122, it became evident that the collective had a particular fascination or affinity for certain stars, and in particular those stellar bodies of blue classifications. Given the BO classification of the ULI star, it was clear that monitoring for any signs of manipulation or other activity by the Triglavian collective was necessary to avoid catastrophe at the heart of the Concord's territory and New Eden's diplomatic and security establishments. This is a justification as to why ULI was not allowed to be invaded. Can you check your security status to see if the rogue drones are applying properly? I've been running the sites for 2 days and it shows the gain. However, I've gone from 2.63 to 2.64. These rogue drones don't give any standings. I'm not getting any standings hits for the rogue drone sites. These rogue drones have no standings attached to them. You have to go into Pochfin. Hell, there's reason to believe that these rogue drones are actually part of the Triglavian collective. So,
Warp drive active.
Anywho. Oh, security? Yeah. I don't think I'm getting security status for them either. Maybe a little bit because the bounty's tiny. Yep, I'm getting them. It's 0.0024 and 0.0036. That's why. Yeah, these bounties are tiny. Therefore, the standings are also tiny. Oh, it went down. Well, you can look at your security status. Did you like shoot at something? Your security status has been lowered.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. They have done events where that help withstand like stuff before, but that ends up. I actually really like the opportunity, like those opportunities, but not everybody does.
Warp drive active.
Weird. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you exactly. Like I said, I just look at your security status changes, see if that informs anything. All fails, bug report it. Would be nice if there was a way to repair drifter standings. Why? Why would you want drifter standings? Huh? Algos, Kiki, Mora, and Algos? Good God. Alright, fine.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, that's because the drifters are the BBEG, the big bad end guy. Like, CCP has decided that drifters are going to be like the one dude that is just the bad guys. You don't get to understand them. You don't get to have their equipment. You don't get to interface with them. They are the bad guys. Weird. Yeah, I would file a report. Arguably, the drifters are one of the two most threatening things in EVE Online, or to the new Eden cluster.
Warp drive active.
I made a video, or I had a video that I was starting to make that I really want to go back to, where it's like the 10 most dangerous things in EVE Online. Drifters were number 2. We are, of course, Capsuleers.
Warp drive active.
I know, right? I'm actually, I continue to be extremely frustrated that we're not that we're not getting drifter ships, because like they named it Precursor, and it'd be nice if like, so for example, I think that the Precursor Marauder could be Triglavian, the Precursor Black Ops could be the Drifter, and the Precursor Recon ship could also be the Drifter. Oh, we're monsters. We are the true bad. Admittedly, I put Capsuleers as number 1 for that video explicitly because it's so inflammatory. In theory, I guess the other is technically the biggest existential threat to the cluster, but it's always fun to remind everybody that we're the bad guys. We are the Cylons. We're the thing that goes bump in the night, for sure. Oh, you had chronology look. You're going back in time. I'm watching this video in reverse, and I just don't understand why the water keeps going into the picture. Still waiting for that 2014 prophecy trailer. Technically speaking, you're not going to like this, but technically speaking, I would argue that the prophecy trailer has been fulfilled because we now have Encelibix jump gates. That's definitely not what anybody meant, and not what you meant by wanting it to happen. But I mean, a lot happened to that roadmap. It was a noble ambition.
Warp drive active.
Man, we're just jumping all over the place. We're now talking about drifters, standings, etc. I agree, Riley. Again, like I think that it the prophecy trailer, which by the way was never meant to be like a literal telling. I mean, it's a prophecy. I do think it is representative of something cooler that we missed out on. Boo again.
Warp drive active.
I thought, yeah, it's one ISK is a family of, I don't know if it's a family of 5. I thought it was a family like 3 or whatever, but yeah, you get the, family of 5, maybe, whatever, either way. Yeah, ISK is a lot of money. They had to invent a whole nother currency to deal with the amount of money, the kind of money that we process. Yeah. The count of all human lives that we encapsulate are butchered in the game. I can't remember where that came from. I've seen that a couple of times. There is ship crew guidelines. And also when the first Keep Star was destroyed, they mentioned how many lives were lost. And there's this big thing where the Sisters of Eve were getting mad at us because of how many civilians were being lost in Anoikis. Because the escape pods don't work in Anoikis. Not Anoikis. Trig Space. Abyss. I mean, things get lost in Anoikis too, but at least they can theoretically save them from Anoikis. If your ship goes down in the Abyss, that's the last time anybody's seeing your crew.
Active.
How much time? We're getting close to the end of this giveaway time. Yep, 30 minutes to the next giveaway, I guess. Oh, I guess it would have been close if I hadn't have waited so long. Right.
Warp drive active.
Right. Actually, did you know that you used to not get potted in the Abyss? Originally, they didn't pod you. You either had to self-destruct or wait it out or like boundary violate or something. I actually really liked that because you having to sit there for the minute and a half to self-destruct really got you the chance to think about what you did wrong. If Amar ships have cathedrals and Galente ships have strip clubs, what do Caldari and Mimitar ships have? Mimitar ships have smuggling containers. Caldari ships have all kinds of, like, computer banks and shit. I don't know. I wonder how many people were stuck not knowing how to self-destruct. Yeah, that'd be unfortunate. But my point is that, or sorry, the point of the story wasn't that you get potted. It's that also all of your, normally the theory is that your crew gets out in like escape capsules, right? That you're not allowed to see because they're civilian. But in the Abyss, where are those escape capsules going to go? They have, they probably have family shrines, right? Because like the Caldari are very much, in a lot of ways, based on like traditional Japanese. So they might even have like a family shrine or something like that. I know that family's a big deal for them. It's one of the 3 words.
warp drive active.
Here, we'll check it out. Ah, once again, still wrong. Wrong every time.
Citizens of the state, remember what it is to be Kaldari. We fought for our independence, driven by survival. We overcame dire adversity by our unity. Skill and sacrifice built our prosperity. In defense of this, we must embrace our duty. Loyalty to the corporation. Respect for the family.
No, it's Japanese.
Service to the state. This is the Kaldari way.
That's a Japanese accent, guys. What? Russian? Hold on. You want Russian? Hold on. I think that this one has Cassia, doesn't it? Yeah. This is Russian accent. Ready?
Announced shortly after the latest attacks began. Led by Provost Marshal Kasiha Valkanir, commander of Concord's Aegis Division, Edencom will provide a unified command for Empire forces as a new strategy of fortification and defense in depth is to be adopted across New Eden. Kasiha Valkanir released the following statement to the scope.
Fellow citizens of New Eden, for many months we have been facing, together, a threat of vast proportions. Make no mistake, this threat comes in the form of an enemy that is fierce, ruthless, and devious. The threat is most certainly real and dire. However, there is hope and a plan to resist the invaders. As I speak to you, new weapons are being developed and built. Rest assured that when the time comes,
All right, somebody tell me what it is
we'll
then.
be ready with mighty defenses and armaments.
Surveillance footage released by Edencom apparently shows a
I've always thought of it that way, but maybe it is very light in comparison. You're right. That could be wrong too. Says South Jersey. Awesome. Speaking of which, while we're looking at this stuff, there is a new scope video. Let's go ahead and look at it. Where is it? Hold on. Yeah, it's Ukrainian. It sounds like... Right. It's what English people think that Russian sounds like. It sounds like a very thinned out Russian accent, or somebody who is not Russian trying to speak with a Russian accent. I agree with that. It's not like full native, if that makes sense. If that's the right way to put it. But unrelated, here is Bond film Russian accent. There you go. All right. Here's the latest scope video, by the way. Boris and that's it. Boris and Natasha. That's where I got. That's where I heard it. Like that's moose and squirrel. Like I could definitely. Kashia Valkanir is going after the moose and squirrel for sure. All right, scope video.
Rogue drone infestations are reported to be on the increase across New Eden, according to Concord sources. The reason for the increasing rate of infestation remains unknown, together with the purpose of numerous rogue drone structures seen in visual recordings captured earlier today. Larger structures found in rogue hives have a half-built appearance, though this can be typical for rogue drone structures as they often appear to grow over time according to need. Concord urges all space traffic to be vigilant and cautious in any areas where hives are reported until eradication efforts are completed. The increasing incidence of such infestations coincides with a number of attacks on multiple observatory posts maintained by the Association for Interdisciplinary Research. Initial analysis suggests death came swiftly to the crews of these two Nestor-class vessels after they were overwhelmed by a swarm of rogue drones while on research duty at this Air Laboratories observation post. It is clear from other reports that these ships were part of extensive research into rogue drones being conducted by Air. The purpose of this research is unknown outside Air, but is variously rumored to include investigations into rogue drone AI systems, capital ship drone technology, or even advancements derived from triglavian mutaplasmid technology. The Scope contacted Air Laboratories for clarification of their research goals. An Air spokesperson responded with no comment. Air Laboratories researchers are anxious to recover any intact or partial data from the Air Rogue drone analysis nodes that have been collecting data and materials from hives and swarms. Air teams are on standby to extract logs and records from any research sites cleared by Capsuleers. In light of the broader situation of increased rogue drone activity, Concord officials have also appealed to Capsuleers to contain any infestation sites. Any materials directly recovered by Capsuleers from these sites will be covered by the usual conventions and regarded as legitimate reward for their anti-rogue drone efforts. Concord is clearly showing itself as interested in the very same drone technology that Air is presumably investigating. Numerous police, military, and special forces divisions of Concord are known to be concerned by increased sightings of rogue capital-class drones. Infested ship hulls, rarely encountered for some years, have been joined by numerous fully constructed capital-scale drone vessels, indicating that drone ship construction technology is steadily advancing. Concord's interest in promoting investigation of the rogue drone threat is such that it has confirmed that a new deployable structure is under active development, intended to assist in field research of rogue drones. The device is being developed in collaboration.
There's a lot of questions going on right now, so I went over this earlier, but obviously we have some people new in the stream, so I'm just going to explain it right now, and then we can keep going. So there is new content coming, new capital content. So these deployment things that that they mention here, the way it works is that it requires the capital ship to deploy it. You deploy it, it sits there for some time. I think somebody said 30 minutes, but whatever. Rogue drones come and attack it, and then there's some prize at the end for completing it. But the idea is that this is going to be new content that's specifically designed for capitals to be able to run, and only capitals to be able to run. So this scope video isn't about this current live event. This is about this current live event, but more importantly, what's coming beyond that. That this live event is just the opening salvo of something else. So yes, there is new capital rogue drones coming in, capital size rogue drones, big stuff. There's new mutaplasms coming, new that allow you to affect rogue drones. There's new rogue drones coming. There's a lot of cool stuff on Sissy right now about this. This scope video is setting up that happening. So expect that to happen in the next week or two. We just got a dev blog about it. We can talk about the dev blog afterwards. I'm going to finish up the video. It's almost done.
With the expertise of Cryodron and Zyno, and is designed to emit powerful signals intended to analyze all nearby rogue drone activity. Concord Colonel Oveg Drust claimed the development of the structure demonstrates that firm steps are being taken to investigate and arrest the increased drone activity. Colonel Drust also stated that Capsuleers can be assured that Concord will continue to guard against emergent threats that might imperil the safety of New Eden citizens. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
Warp drive active.
I also suspect that a lot of people don't understand exactly how intimately entwined the rogue drones are with the Drifter and Triglavian storyline. Like, the fact that Edencom and Concord and Air are interested in rogue drones isn't just like, oh, CCP decided to change, like rotate onto another type of thing, whatever. the last significant rogue drone swarms the last two significant rogue drone swarms that we've had have both been confirmed to be under control of the Triglavian Collective. And there is rogue drones in Pochfin that are basically confirmed to be not under the control of the Triglavian Collective. That seems to suggest that they could be part of or under the control of the Drifters and Sleepers. There's a lot going on with rogue drones. I personally, like, my pet theory is that the rogue drones themselves kind of started this whole thing, that they invented in a way, or they developed filament technology. So, but we're going to have to see how this works. We're going to have to see how it how it develops. The fact that Edencom is interested, every time somebody researches rogue drone technology, it gets weird. If they're under any control, why are they rogue? Good question. I mean, like, all rogue drones are under a hive, right? So let's talk about rogue drones, I guess. Let me... Hold on. Was it the Orpheus project? Hold on. I thought I had a save. I thought I had it. Let me just look up the Precursor Crisis document. Hold on. Ragnarok 314159. Thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole with Jeeve Online. Oh, hi. I'm like, what? That number sounds not random. Yeah, it was a Galente research project. So this is the Precursor Crisis document, which is where I've kind of assembled all of the information that I have about these things. But, so, oh wow, they've actually changed this. So there's the infested regions hive minds. These are the rogue drones that are in K-space, right? So all of the rogue drones and hives and all that stuff that's just like out in drone lands would usually fall under the infested regions hive mind. And it just simply says 10 years after the code area inquiry. That's what it is. Code ARIA inquiry. That's what it is. Here we go. Ah! No! CCP, what have you done? Hold on. This is different. This is bad. Hold on. This changes things. Let me look this up real quick. I gotta find this. Oh, son of a bitch. I just went to the Code ARIA inquiry page and it just 404'd me, which means CCP is no longer hosting their file. That's a bad sign for me. Oh, okay, never mind. I have it on, thanks again. Thanks for that. Okay. So here is the Code ARIA inquiry document. You can check it out if you want. It's a full explanation about what happened. It's a real piece of canonical lore. The short of it is that the Galente were working on a secret project to expand their territories pretty big, using automated technology, better drones. and this was known as Project Orphix. And yeah, the catastrophic. Here, let me find the. Let me dock up too while I'm at it.
Warp drive.
The catastrophic end of the Orphis program led to an investigation by Concord Special Projects Office with clear justification of investigating unusual and secretive projects run by the Empires, blah, blah, blah. And then Spectrum Breach. So basically what happened was they were building this new AI system, and they built all these Stargates to allow them to expand out way further than they normally would be able to. And then the AI broke free and escaped by hijacking a Dominix.
Permission requested.
And
Docking request accepted.
when they went through the Stargate, they sealed off all those gates and basically never talked about them again until 2008, when all of the gates simultaneously got turned on. Hold on. The initial expansion into what was now been known as the infested regions were first attempted by the Galente Federation under what is dubbed Operation Spectrum Breach, which officially began on standard date YC 88, so just under 50 years ago. May 19th. Seeking to use it as a vast drone fleet and incorporating the latest advancing in drone technology, it quickly created stargates connecting them to the new regions. Initial probes of the unexplored space confirmed that large portions of gateable systems and a wealth of materials. Blah, 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 blah. With the... Hold on. Where is it? Initial probes into the unexplored space confirmed a large portion of gates... However, 4 months after the first Stargate was commissioned, an unspecified disaster occurred and an evacuation of new systems was ordered, facilitated by the Galente Federal Navy. The Galente Federal Government, assisted by the Blank Corporation, quickly locked the access gates to the new region. Why would they take such dramatic measures was, at the time, unknown to Concord. However, the Galente Federation quickly approached Concord for assistance. When pressed for details of the assembly sessions on what had transpired beyond the sealed gates, the Galente Federal Government refused to release details. By majority vote, his decision was made to maintain a public blackout regarding the locations of the deactivated gates. In the wake of the gate closure, the Inner Circle convened an investigation commission named the Code Area Inquiry. It was remit to investigation the incidents preceding the region closure. So basically, these guys got he says the turning point on the gates in 2008 was a prophetic moment, providing tests with living space in 2021. Pretty funny. So basically, these drones broke free and escaped out into here, and they sealed it up, which allowed them to kind of fester and grow until they decided to reactivate the gate in YC 108, which is 2006. A rare, uncontrolled gate activation event occurred when sealed gates to the infested regions spontaneously and simultaneously activated. Investigation was conducted in the wake of the following events. The incident was labeled UGAI number blah, 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 blah. So there's a lot of cool stuff about that, but it goes even deeper because of the rogue drones. So this is the original rogue drones, right? The rogue drones are... AI that have broken free of their limitations. And so there are several hives that are controlled by some sort of entity or whatever. There's always been suspicion that some of the rogue drones might be being manipulated. But to go back to the Triglavian stuff, if you look at the DAV data sets, these are the data sets of the Triglavian encounters with the rogue drones. And I'm just going to summarize it really quick. So in DAV1, the rogue drones come and raid Svarog's holdings. Svarog gets really pissed and kills them all. And basically says, hey, we need to agree that these rogue drones, or these things, they call it Vila, which is like little spirit in Slavic. They say, okay, these little villas, they're just corrupt. They're unredeemable. They're vermin. We need to destroy them. Well, the problem is that Veles who have a tendency to not get along with Svarog, dissents and disagrees and says that the rogue drones might be able to be worked with and might be redeemable. This problem, like, this obviously doesn't get cleared up. And so they say, okay, well, Perun, Perun is, well, yeah, but I understand that Villa is also an arrangement of the name Alvi. I'm not sure where Alvi comes from, but Villa literally does mean like tiny spirit in Slavic, which is consistent with the rest of the words that they use. Anyway, so this argument is causing huge problems, right? It says, oh, sorry, this says that, yeah, this is just saying that they disagree and Perun is not being a tiebreaker. So then DAV4, they ask Zoria Triglav to solve this problem, to find some sort of way to resolve these differences, because the convocation of Triglav can't, right? So then that leads to the new stuff that CCP is just adding in to the to Sissy. Hold on. If we head back over to Hoboleaks, we can see that hold on. Yeah. Here it says, this description is old. It came from a different item that never got added into the game, but now they're adding this description into the game through this item. So this is canonical, but this says convocation. This basically talks about how the Veles determined a use for the for the rogue drones. They all agreed on it, and then they pushed it over to Zoria and all them. From there, you see that the detached executive troika, which is a Zoria, sends their what I believe is their Navka, which is like a computer, sort of. It says, detached Navka has imperative to return to the domain of Buyan and offer procession to the convocation of Triglav outside of the struggle. And then in the end, it says that the procession was successful. Maybe it says it was successful in the previous one. Hold on. Yeah, detached Navka has returned and procession of their offering to the convocation of Triglav outside of the struggle has been grounded in Metaxi. So this is saying that the detached Navka was successful. And then it says that in deference to the concerns raised by the Koshoi of the procedures for cooperation will require the authority of the detached Navka to be acknowledged according to the moral norms applicable to sentients. This goes back to the video, the We Are Zoria Triglav video, where they say that the deviant automata must conform or be extirpated. So basically what they've decided is that there are rogue drones that are redeemable and there are rogue drones that are not. Those who are willing to fall in line under the Navka are going to be willing to, or the Veles are going to be willing to work with. This is why the Triglavians work with the rogue drones. Specifically, if you go look at Triglavians, the Navka overmines. The Navka overmines are a form of rogue drone swarm that can be encountered in significant numbers throughout abyssal dead space wherever Triglavian infrastructure is present. The designation Navka seems to have a relationship to the subdivision of the Triglavian race that runs across the so-called clays. It would seem that the Navka overminds are either entirely suborned to the Triglavian purposes or, perhaps more worryingly, are willingly working with them. So, basically, any rogue drones that belong to the Nafka Overmind are subservient to the Triglavians. So, for instance, the rogue drone swarm that occurred right before Invasion Chapter 3, or right before the Edencom ships got released, the rogue drone swarms that attacked the Edencom structures, those were confirmed to be Triglavian. Because if you followed the escalation path, you got brought to a Triglavian minor conduit where there were Triglavians. Likewise, they've also confirmed that the second rogue drone swarm that happened in 2018, I think it was, the one that kidnapped the Sisters of Eve, the Pharaohs of Thera leader, that swarm was also Triglavian. And that's important because that actually occurred prior to the release of Triglavians. So that meant that the Triglavians had access to the rogue drones and were using them before we knew about them in New Eden. Okay, so that's something to think about. The other piece is that when the when Triglavians were first released, KWL, thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole with Steve Online. Let's see if I can find it. Not yet. Hold on. The World News article that's about the got it. So in the lore, you know how we can find T1 abyssal filaments in data and relic sites? So the reason why is this. Abyssal filaments discovered in rogue drone regions and confirmed in possession of major outlaw groups. It says, in exclusive Scopes Galactic Hour, Brett Gloriax, veteran journalist and frontline reporter of Brett Gloriax, accompanied a Thucker tribe expedition investigating reports that rogue drone hives in the invested regions may contain abyssal filament technology. This is how it was released, mind you. This is why filaments are in pirate data sites, because they stole them from the rogue drones. While I wasn't permitted to accompany the commandos on their mission, despite long objectives in citing the freedom of interstellar press, I was able to view the video feeds of intrepid warriors of the Vo Lakat Special Task Group. Vo Lakat is sort of important. They're connected to the Lakat Vo Lakat, the group of Thucker that disappeared during the Caroline Star event, or during the Apocrypha event. Anyway, their information warfare gear neutralized the drone infestation, command and control. Blah blah blah. On the command deck, we were all stunned as the commandos found a horde of abyssal filaments in the depth of the hide. Thucker and other sources have confirmed the scope that abyssal filament technology is now entered into the inventory of all major outlaw and pirate groups. Rapid dissemination of this technology has led to brisk trading in technology, blah, blah, blah. So it originally came from the rogue drones. And the Velas divined a purpose for the rogue drones. I sincerely believe that the rogue drones discovered the way to get into the abyss. And Velas worked with the rogue drones to develop the filament technology to allow them to escape the abyss. We know that rogue drones are very interested in Isogen 5. Rogue drones have a tendency to be everywhere in the cluster and be able to travel in the cluster in a very mysterious way. They don't have to travel the intermediate time. They just kind of appear places. And they do have, like I said, they have interest in Isogen 5. So I sincerely believe that they have developed. Oh, also, if you go into rogue drone sites, often you will find static gates within those sites, which are the transport system that, older races like Talakan used to use. So I believe that the rogue drones have basically perfected the use of filament technology to basically produce micro wormholes to allow them to transport themselves to somewhere else. Sancha has a wormhole generator that he took from the Jovians. That's a little bit different. But I think that the rogue drones one day burrowed their way into the abyss, and that's how all this got started. Now, whether or not that was prompted by the other, or if it was just an accident, I don't know. What caused the rogue drones to be so interested in Isogen 5? Who knows? We do know that the Jovians, or more probably the Society of Conscious Thought, seem to have some sort of ability to override and control the rogue drone AI. So it's very possible that some other groups were kind of experimenting with them, accidentally taught them the nature of Isogen 5, which allowed them to experiment with it, and now they have the ability to filament around. And the smallest rogue drones in the abyss, there are lances and there are needles, right? So the smallest abyssal drones are called needles. I think that they're called that because they're they send the needles through using, like I said, micro wormholes via tiny trace amounts of Isogen 5. And then that allows them to rate it for resources and such, right? And then also perhaps build the bigger gate to be able to bring in the more sophisticated things. So they have these needles, which if that's what's being used to transmit, well, it turns out Outer Ring Excavation has been doing research on rogue drones for quite some time, right? The excavator drone is based off of rogue drone technology, and some other of the ore facilities, including the Frostline line of experimental research for ore, has often played with and toyed with rogue drone technology. Which brings us to needlejack filaments, right? If ore reverse engineered what the rogue drones did, then they jacked the needle, right? They're hacking the same system as the rogue drones. This is what I believe. I don't know. I'm still waiting for more evidence. That's why I'm kind of excited about this event, because every piece of information we get on this is another piece of information that either confirms or denies this theory. Also, from my understanding, those static gates were not always in rogue drone sites. They were added later. All right. And you can no longer enter the raffle. That is perfect timing. Let's do a giveaway. Raise your hand if you haven't gotten into the raffle yet. No one? Holy crap. All right, fine. Oh, I see a few people. I'll reopen it for like 10 seconds. How about that? Hold on. I'm going to open it for 10 seconds and then close it. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Didn't get in? Sorry. Pulling in. 3, 2, 1. Eve Tear. Eve Tear. I probably should talk about what this is. Is Eve Tear there? Good dude. Couldn't have been won by a better person. But he's not responding. He's got a few more seconds. You gotta be here to win. Doesn't matter how much I like you. Not in chat. Oh, Eve there. Oh, it hurts my heart. All right. 3, 2, 1. KWL? Are you here? Hey, awesome. Send me a DM and I will send you the code for this skin as soon as, shortly after I get done. Don't worry, guys. Might do another giveaway today, but either way, there's always going to be more. Oh yeah, because you just jumped in. Just jumped in. In fact, he jumped in as it got reopened. See? But that's okay. They're here. They're here. That's what matters. So yeah, that's my road drone tinfoil. If that. But either way, even if that's not true, the point of the matter is that
Warp drive active.
the rogue drones are not an abandonment of the Triglavian plotline, right? Just like the Triglavians are not an abandonment of the Drifter plotline. They're all the same plotline, guys. It's all the same. It's turtles all the way down. Rogue drones all the way down. Sorry, I'm noticing that my camera is like a little bit off on the side panel, and I'm sure that's like making somebody go mad. It's making me go mad. There we go. Again, though, my point that I was trying to make is that those loose threads are not necessarily disconnected. The issue is that Eve's storyline happens in real time. So any given event may not seem like much, but they're all connected, right? In order to understand what's happening now, you kind of need to understand what happened previously, right? Like if you just say, oh, look, these guys are attacking planets now with dreads, and you don't realize the 4 years of history that Chalkade has, then that thread looks very random. But in reality, it has beats throughout the presidential election, the Triglavian invasion, definitely Flossiswin. You know? Most of their stuff does, like, it's not new stuff. It's all the same, like, and it's all, a lot of this stuff is secretive, right? So we only see the outwardly exposed parts of things, as it were. As they say in Sine Wave Omega, you didn't believe that the War of a Million Lives was over, did you? And yes, the question, well, what the fuck is the War of a Million Lives? That's a good question. It's referenced twice. Yes, Ragnarok, I have been I've been compared to that particular picture a few times. How many event points am I up to? That's a good question.
Active.
855? I've kind of slowed down like the last couple of hours. I've been busy talking to you guys more than running sites. But yeah. Plus it's space. There's a lot of things going on. Things just happen. There's actually a lot of things going on. One of the things... Oh, that was another thing I wanted to do, actually. Thanks for reminding me. That, that scope article... Or that scope video has some, has a ticker that says some stuff. So there's 2 scope videos, both with tickers. Oh, let's play the other scope video, actually. We are going a little bit back in time from the previous scope video, but whatever. This was a few days later. This happened during... What's up? Yeah, I miss high drag. All right. All right. So this is from September 3rd. So this is a few days before the previous video that we just watched. This is actually, this started at the beginning of Caldari Union Day, which was really weird because this is when I would have expected to see the Caldari video, but we got this instead. You know, oh, hey, what's up, man? Good to see you. All right.
A year of war has left death and destruction on a monstrous scale in its wake. Delve and surrounding regions is where the heaviest fighting took place. Some of the battles fought there are among the largest ever recorded in the history of New Eden. In the end, the Imperium Coalition managed to hold on and defend their stronghold system of 1DQ1 TAC A, despite determined and repeated attempts to break the defenses by the invading Pappy forces. Now, with Pappy forces withdrawing from the war zone and dispersing throughout various regions of New Eden, the Imperium has destroyed many enemy bases, recaptured occupied systems, and is reconstructing and reorganizing their defenses. Meanwhile, the Pappy Coalition has dissolved. Its former members are moving their forces back to their various home regions. Just like the Imperium, these factions are reorganizing and regrouping. With the Pappy Coalition coming to an end, old rivalries and grievances have in some cases re-emerged, and conflicts between some former Pappy factions have been reported. The war has taken a tremendous toll on all parties, driving them to the point of exhaustion. Years' worth of stockpiles have been depleted, and many are facing financial difficulties after accruing massive war debts. A number of alliances have gone over the edge and collapsed completely. The cost in human lives is likewise staggering. Around 500 Titans and 240 supercarriers were destroyed, each carrying thousands of crew members. Over 3,500 structures were lost, including at least 40 keep stars.
Hold on. So Chicken points out, fake news, Pappy's still there. Pappy, alliances that were part of Pappy still exist. I would not agree that Pappy as an entity ceased to exist the day that they announced that they were pulling out.
Some of these had populations in the hundreds of thousands. It is unclear how the political landscape of New Eden's nullsect regions will evolve following this turmoil, but it is clear that the struggle and tension between the nullsect factions that has lasted over a decade is far from resolved. It seems it is only a question of time until nullsect catches fire again, as new powers emerge and exhausted ones fade away. Caldari State Workers Union Day is being celebrated all over Caldari space, with the festivities expected to last a week. The big 8 megacorporations that control the Caldari State are also displaying the might of their security forces with fleet parades in key systems. Caldari Union Day also sees the unveiling of 2 monuments. The Landfall Kutuotomiru Orbital Center is a facility dedicated to the teaching and practice of the various techniques of mind and body used by those practicing the Caldari way. A practice held in high regard by the Caldari people, intended to maximize focus, equanimity, and mental fortitude for one's individual efforts to climb the corporate ladders.
See? Meditation rooms and family shrines. That's what Caldari have.
More controversially, the ruling megacorporations have also unveiled a memorial to the dead of the Urlan II riots, in which ethnic Galante citizens of the state were killed by Provost rioters loyal to the former regime of Tibus Heth. The corporations of the state have long worked to discredit centralized government and ideology of Heth and the Provosts. However, outside observers of Caldari corporate politics have noted that this latest memorial to victims of that regime comes at a time when the megacorporations are themselves under pressure from Caldari worker classes. With mega-corporation politics under the closest public scrutiny since the fall of Heth, and the Kaldari state still recovering from its grievous losses to the Triglavian invaders, the State Industrial Planning Summit traditionally held on Union Day is expected to deal with many pressing issues.
Active.
Uppermost on the agenda of the Chief Executive Panel is the decision on the next permanent chair of the CEP. With Chairman Puak Kosinen still recovering from near death in the New Kaldari Prime CEP Spire bombing, the acting chair has been Akimaka Saraki, a Navy veteran and rising star of the Wyarchemy Corporation. All indications are that the successful performance of Chairman Saraki during his tenure as stand-in will result in the CEP confirming him in the leadership position permanently. Akimaka Saraki first emerged onto the public stage within the state as a senior director within the Wyarchemy Corporation responsible for infrastructure security. Saraki played a key role in the effort to fortify the planets of Samanuni's system against Triglavian invasion. When the system itself was invaded, Saraki took personal command of the planetary defense of Samanuni 6 as the highest-ranking corporate leader with military experience. Saraki's role as a voice supporting the right of Kaldari citizens to protest corporate malfeasance and incompetence cemented his reputation as a relatively liberal while patriotic figure at home. As an envoy to Concord, Saraki was also able to assist in averting open war during the EOM terror crisis. Shortly after this, with Puak Kosinen disabled by his injuries, the CEP appointed Akimaka Saraki as acting chair of the CEP, elevating him to the leadership of the Kaldari state. With Akimaka Saraki's confirmation as chair of the CEP all but guaranteed, it is expected that at a future time, the new head of the corporate ruling body will address the citizens of the Kaldari state. Many are expecting an address to come within weeks, possibly during the period making a year since the Triglavian invasions ended. With the big 8 megacorporations determined to reassert the efficient running of the state under their rule, the choice of Chairman Akimaka Saraki is clearly a compromise between the competing corporate factions. With a patriotic yet relatively liberalizing slant of the Wyarchemy Corporation's Ocean faction reflected in their nominee, and with the agreement of the conservative and powerful Mountain faction corporations, it is clear that the majority of the CEP aim at consolidation and reconciliation with aggrieved Kaldari populations, rather than continued confrontation and coercion as advocated by the more militant corporations of the Forest faction. This is Alton Havery reporting for The Scope.
What? Whoa! Okay, so holy crap! Thank you so much. Not just fun coming in with 10 gifted subs. You know, I've always said that I love gifted subs because it's a good way of saying like, hey, not only do I want to have the cool stuff, but I want you to be able to have the cool stuff too. So, thank you so much for Not Just Fun, and congratulations to Abdiel, Jacino, Lord Kalakawai, Epinosophotis, that, whatever. We're going to move on. Dare to Beard, 4Killa, Veloran, Revstone, Moobanger, Space Gator. All of you guys get the corporations involved in the Precursor Crisis. SOE, SOCT, Thucker, Concord, many more, including the really cool new animated emotes for the Mimitar, for Edencom, or not, the Convocation of Empyreans, the Eve Universe show, all kinds of cool stuff. Wait, do I still have the deal with it be for some reason? That's hilarious. You get all of those, all thanks to Not Just for Fun. Let's give Not Just for Fun a big old 07. Thank you so much for your support. It makes it possible for us all. Riley, you just missed somebody coming in and gifting 10 subs, but also playing some, I did the world news stuff. Wow. Thank you so much. And Dared Beard, thank you for joining us down the Rabbit Hole Steve Online. And Porin Goza, thank you for joining us. All right, so to go back to that, the tickers. So we're going to go over the tickers for the first one first.
Warp drive active.
Can y'all even see that? Is that legible to you? There we go. This is the one I'm reading from right now. So, Caldari Chief Executive Panel begins State Industrial Planning Summit ahead of Caldari State Workers Union Day. Angel Cartel implicated in an attack on Intra-Direct Action Security Compound on Ojanen 2. Reformist and radical unofficial Caldari workers groups split on strategy over response to CEP unity calls. So basically when this guy, whatever the name that they said, Takoya, whatever, when he took over, he basically like cooled down a lot of the more totalitarian or authoritarian actions that the corporations were doing to stomp down protests. And that seems to have calmed down some of the tension. Capsular Coalition's warfare continues as anti-Imperium forces lose more citadels to counteroffensive. Caldari corporate security training games to be held on Kasigan 2 in extreme environment warfare competition. House Sorum construction of fortified bases on 2nd, 3rd, and 5th planet of Flossiswin completed. Again, this is Flossiswin continues to be a flashpoint for the Amar Mimitar Warzone. Official Workers Organization of Big 8 mega corporations invited to summit to reform proposal to CEP. Expect to see more stuff involving the Caldari here in the next little bit. Caldari Navy authorizes new procurement of equipment for use of Caldari resistance in Pochvin systems. Caldari lost the most systems to Pochvin, which has caused them to be under a lot of fire. There's also strong suggestion that one of the reasons why this is because the Caldari Navy had a bunch of money embezzled to PKN to build Jrpgs Station instead of defending the territories from Triglavian invasion. Protests on Intaki Prime as Federal Marine enforce compulsory land purchases for further planetary defense construction. Look, I tried to help out Intaki, but you know what? Fine, whatever. Blood is on their hands. Caldari State diplomatic contracts with Triglavian Collective after proving grounds allegedly by Radical Workers Group. This is interesting. This is a piece of a beat that kind of has been echoed a little bit, which is that, like, maybe some of these guys are actually working with the Triglavians. We don't know.
Warp drive active.
Sukavista Corporation begins reconstruction work on Landfall City CEP HQ Spire on New Caldari Prime. Yeah, they got the contract to do that, I believe. So that's fine. The CEP headquarters got bombed during the Dread attacks. Blockade of Flossiswin 4 by House Sorum forces entered the 5th month as besieged Mimitar forces fend off raids. Ishikone Corporation confirms combined TNR construction projects to construct air laboratory stations on track. Yeah, they got contracts to build those. Brave Keepstar destroyed by Imperium and allied forces in fighting in impasse region continues. Caldari State Workers Union announces increased budget for intercorporation workers solidarity trips. Civilian passenger traffic out of Kligori system increased by over 5 times for fear of Amar invasion. This again, everything's kind of building towards this tension between the empires. Republic Security Forces signs intelligence sharing agreement with Sukavista Peace and Order Unit. Also, there has been some really interesting Mimitar and Caldari working with each other thing. Caldari Protectorate continues to press Fleet as FDU forces continue to resist from last system under Galente control. Spoiler alert, Fleet sadly eventually fell in one of the longest sieges in EVE history. We will take it back. And the Initiative Capsuleer Alliance destroys YTech 2 ANO, Fortizar, and Scorched Earth move. Pirate activity and Mimitar resistance hamper House Artichoper's efforts at building bases in occupied Heads constellation. That's right. Artichoper, in one of the previous ones, basically laid claim to a whole bunch of the places owned by in the faction warfare stuff. Quaif Corporation defends involvement in PKN Interstellar Consortium as Senate investigation into Warzone activity continues. Quaif's connection to PKN is super interesting, given the fact that PKN is super squirrely. These are the same guys that made Jrpgs. Quaif worked with PKN. One of the PKN groups is Lidai. And Lidai made the transneural microcontrollers, the things that are on the advertisements. And Quaif used soft drink induced microcontrollers, or at least allegedly used soft drink induced microcontrollers to sway the Gallente election. Quaif is the only corporation from the Gallente that is recognized by the Caldari state, and often serves as kind of an intermediary between for foreign relations within the Gallente. But in recent years, it's become less and less Gallente aligned. So this association with Quaif and PKN only gets stronger. Caldari aren't enemies with the Minmatar, but enemy of my enemy. The Gallente are strong strong supporters of the Minmatar. But actually, the Caldari are also relatively strong supporters of the Caldari, of the Minmatar, because Ishikone helped develop the Insurum solution. Caldari House of Records refuses to comment on Concord's whistleblower claim of involvement in Edencom diplomacy with Triglavians. Ain't that spooky? And Top Key Space Police demands Gallente Federal Intelligence Office share information on recent terrorist outrages in Syndicate, Placid, and Solitude. Edencom diplomacy with the Triglavians. Interesting indeed. And then in this one we have... Okay, so there's been debates now in the last month or two whether or not Edencom was going to continue to get funding, right? I've even suggested that since a lot of the stuff on Sissy are labeled as air, this could actually see the end of Edencom. But this says otherwise. So Edencom is the New Eden Defense Commission, which is, if you remember when they increased everybody's taxes, the Edencom is the reason why they raised the taxes in order to raise money for Edencom. Edencom is this racket where Concord's Aegis division, which was originally their foot soldiers and anti boarding parties and that kind of stuff. Aegis is actually from the new Nova, or the first person shooter. Nova was, you were going to work for Aegis, more or less, if that helps you understand what Aegis is and who Kashia Valkanir is. But when Invasion started, Aegis kind of took over the invasion process, and then as it ramped up, they convinced all of the empires to join in on a joint effort, so that way Concord didn't have to pay for it, but all the empires pay for it. And this is what Edencom is, right? So with the tax changes that just happened, and with the invasion kind of long behind us, there's been a question of whether or not Edencom is going to continue to get their funding. This is the conclusion of that, or at least this is the next step in that. Edencom budget agreed with responsibility for development and security of advanced countermeasures against Triglavians underwritten. This broadcasts to me that this along with the other stuff on HoboLeaks suggests to me that CCP is about to continue this Edencom versus Triglavian storyline, at least in some way. Concord's Derail carries out new raids in Ugalis following agreement with Caldari State Occupation Forces. Derail is their new anti-AI system. This is another one of those really interesting plot lines. Chachanger80 coming in with his own subscription. Thank you so much for that support. It is really cool. It is worth noting, I'm really glad that this is the last day of September. So if you want to get in a subscription with a discount, now's the time to do it. Just like Changer did. He gets all of the corporations involved in the precursor crisis, as well as, the COE, Aderon, Triglavian, and all three Triglavian clades. Big old 07 to you. 07's in chat. Show off your favorite streamers, 07's. We appreciate all of your support. Advertisements playing mid-sentence. I'll wait. Let me know when it's over. Yeah, I now have the ads automated. I might change that back. I don't know, man. I hate pre-rolls, but I hate getting ads in the middle of my conversations. Ooh. Oh, good.
Warp drive active.
Moving on. Derail is their anti-AI program, which is relatively new. And the fact that there were these weird ancient artifacts that were found in Ugalis. A player started doing this for the moon drill and all that stuff. It's a fun, long story. Divolage, maybe. Div Uliji? Ulij? Thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole with Jeeve Online. So basically, this could be other related. This could be Yanyung related. This is something that I'm keeping a very close eye on. Amar Empire petitions Concord Assembly for amendment of Uli Accords to recognize basic sovereignty over Ugali and Head Constellation. This is nasty. This is basically saying, hey, since this territory is now controlled by the Amar in the war zone, it should really be Amarian, not Mimitar occupied by Amar. Republic Command declares state of martial law in Klagori 3's primary civilian spaceport as evacuation panic turns to rioting. Oof. Where's Klagori? Is that... It's in Metropolis, okay. Is that a faction warfare system? There's a lot. There's a lot there. Chairman Akimaka Saraki praises Kaldari militia for securing and expanding. Look, they spelled it wrong there too. Expanding Kaldari state interest in the colonial development zone. This is all just a bunch of patting them on the back for the Kaldari winning the war zone. Good job. Serpentis Corporation and Taki Space Police issued joint statement alleging conspiracy by renegade security forces in Placid, Solitude, and Syndicate. This is interesting. I want to say that's Kaldari security forces. They're the ones that have very little control over their own security forces.
Warp drive active.
JSL Partnership awarded contract to develop and equip new Kaldari Navy and State Protectorate bases in Black Rise and Placid region. This is interesting. This implies that they may actually be putting new stations in the Kaldari Galente war zone. There are lots of systems that have no stations in them, which ends up making them not as impactful when it comes to war zone control, because station lockout is a big piece of it. So it might be interesting if they celebrate the Kaldari's win by putting these in there. I would personally get pissed off. Like, there's a little bit of irritation because, like, the bots are the reason why the Kaldari won, and then now that the bots have switched over, that's when they banned them. So there, like, there's a conspiracy to help out the Kaldari, but good job for them. They get their stations. Restrictions on travel within the Amara Empire eased after purges of heresy. Hunt smashes thousands of cultist cells. This is just a follow-up of the oh god, incursions. Fuck. I just hope I don't get grabbed while I'm on my way back. Hey, what's up, Dutch? Oh, screw it. I'm just going to keep going. Wait. Weird. Republic Security Services report on Scarcon conflict and development of counter-war clone units to close tribal council session. Scarcon is in Pochvin, and anytime you see war clones, that is something that's worth paying attention to. War clones are foot soldiers, basically.
Warp drive active.
That's fair. I don't know. I'm still spooked out. How many bots were banned? I don't know. Well, my point is that, like, last week I finally got like 10 or something messages saying that the bots were being like, thank you for your report and all that stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, now you do it. Fuckers. Anyway, I'm not bitter, you're bitter.
Warp drive
Okay,
active.
State Police Peacekeeper Special Forces Unit awarded state citations for, quote, support of Kaldari resistance in occupied Como and Sakenta. These are also Pochvin systems, I believe. Republic Fleet orders new capital ships and equipment from Core Complexion and Boundless Creations as reserve forces move to border bases. Just more tension heading towards the borderlands. Federation Senate passes motion condemning growth of Concord security state and urges FIO to review ties with Derail and Sorrow. Concord be up to something. House Sorum landing new strategic assets in Flosis Wind Oceans, according to Concord conflict monitors. House Sorum has literally like nuclear submarines and has launched and detonated nuclear bombs on Flosis Wind. So they're, you know, not great. Mimitar Republic declares Amar claims over Ugali and head constellations, quote, repugnant and naked imperialism dressed as polite diplomacy. That sounds about right. Suvi Peace and Order Unit wins an extreme environment warfare security training games held on Kasigan 2. So, cool competition between the guys. President Salis Agard signs executive order empowering federal Marines to expand anti-war clone units. Again, war clones, man. So interesting. House Artichoper and House Sorum reportedly negotiating future status of Devoid region with Amar Court Chamberlain. So the one theme that we see here is it's all about territory, ownership of territory, and challenging the ownership of territory. Very interesting indeed. To go back to the other world news. Let me see if I can find a site really quick. Yeah, Suvi's doing okay. Which faction is Suvi in? I can't remember.
Warp drive active.
You work with Peace and Order, so you're glad that they won the war game? Well, it's interesting because, like I said, all of these security forces have been like doing all kinds of things. And then there's that report that the security forces are doing really shady stuff in these areas. But like, there's also been a lot of effort by the pirates to discredit the Caldari mega corporations recently, especially PKN. Oh, shit! I skipped from one to the other. Did I? Hold on. No, I don't think I ever read the original World News one. I don't know. I messed it up somehow.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, hold on. So I started reading the Roadrunner one, but I think I just swapped over to the Union Day one or something. Either way, for the Roadrunner one, we have, and I'm gonna just should I wait? I'll wait. We'll get back to that, I guess. No, okay, I can do both. I just won't put it on the screen so that way you can see if I get blown up.
Drive active.
Caldari Chief Executive Panel begins State Industrial Planning Summit ahead of Caldari State Workers Union Day. Angel Cartel implemented an attack of intra-direct action security compound on Ojeon 2. Reformist and radical unofficial Caldari workers groups. But, oh, no, I read some of these. God damn it. I don't remember what happened anymore. Whatever. We're going to just call it good. There's a lot of stuff happening, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, no, I did read them both. I read them all, I think. Yeah, the focus on the family for the Caldari is a very interesting angle. Because, I mean, it does make sense. But it isn't something that, like, you think of firsthand. But it does play into, like, the very Japanese nature of the Caldari state. Caldari State approves second child permits for growing families, expected 100% productivity yields within 15 years. I mean, it does sound like the kind of thing that they would come up with as like a solution to something. The Caldari State. So what's interesting is one of the things that's worth keeping in mind when it comes to Caldari State. Have I finished the event? Oh yeah, a long time ago. So the Caldari State has the mega corporations that run the show because they take care of everything, right? But in the same way that the Amar rely on their theocratic system in order to maintain power, the Caldari require economic stability to maintain power, right? Which is a problem given the amount of instability there has been in New Eden in the last decade and a half. Hey, Lord Cal. Yeah, no kidding. That was... Not Just Fun. That's it. Not Just Fun gifted 10 T1 subs, and you got one of them, Lord Cal. So the issue is, so when the Caldari State was in bad economic state, it was, the tensions were so high, the institutions of power were weakened to the point where that's how Tybus Heth was able to take power, right? And become this authoritarian dictator within the state. So it's worth noting that the state is now in an economic situation that is extremely similar to when Tybus Heth took over, which is why I'm paying attention to people like Akia Saraki or whatever his name is, right? Like these guys that could be... Saraki is this up-and-comer from Wiakomi. Well, Tybus Heth was an up-and-comer from Law and Order, or Peace and Order unit, I think. One of them. So, you know, the question is, what is the state corporations going to do when they start to get desperate? And the answer is things like what PKN's been up to for the last 2 years. The beatings will continue until the buying improves. That is unironically kind of what they did, right? Like there was problems, so they just like sent out troops to go break up the protests and end up shooting people. That's why Saraki's kind of trying to chill things out now. I mean, I'm pressing it often enough. Actually, I pressed it a couple of times, but a couple of the guys that I've been hitting were over 20 kilometers. So it didn't fire. This is the other reason why I like radial better than hotkeys sometimes, because you can actually be doing both at the same time.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. I do like that about Triguns too. Ironically, back to that the tracking disrupted demos from the other, that I mentioned earlier. I remember commenting that if it was a trig ship, I would not have died. Because if it was a trick ship, I would have noticed that my gun was just not firing at all. And I would have compensated correctly. But given the fact that I was firing blasters, it gave me... This is actually... I've said this for a long time, and it really made me frustrated. As you can tell, it got under my skin that this was the thing that killed me. By the fact that I'm talking about it a year and a half later. But like, I've always said that tracking disruption, weapon disruption, is probably the strongest E-War in the game. Because unlike every other E-War, it lies to the opponent, right? It doesn't, the opponent doesn't know how much their ship is being impacted by your effect, right? They can still do damage. It's just a little bit of damage, enough to give them hope. If you jam them, they can't lock you. They know that they're being jammed. If you damp them, they can't lock you. They know that they're being damped. If you web them, they're not going as fast. They know that they're being webbed. If you tracking disrupt them, chances are they're still going to think they can get you. Oh, that'd be cool. One of the things I'm very interested in is the ghost ship, the Lydai ghost ship. That thing, we haven't heard much from that recently. Yes, I understand that if you can mouse over the weapon system and see that it's what your new tracking is and all that stuff. But a lot of that information is so abstract anyways that it's not like you can go, oh, my percentage chance to hit has gone from 90% to 20%, or I'm now doing 10% of the damage I used to do, or anything like that. Like, it's all of your systems appear to be working correctly when under weapon disruption. Halloween is coming. Maybe the ghost ship will make an appearance. I mean, that's funny. By the way, speaking of Halloween, if chances are Halloween will potentially implement the bonus loot drop chances like they did the last 2 years. There is actually new Marshlight skins. I'll go look it up as soon as this Overseer's dead. Hold on. Oh, hey. Oh, wow. Nice little set of stuff. Arkeo's Promise? I don't know that one. How many of the dummy skins do I got? Which dummy skin? I don't think I've gotten any dummy skins this time. Okay, so where were we? Oh! Yes. That one. What's up, Seeds? Here we go. So we have a Retribution, a Purifier, a Flycatcher, a Raven, a Nemesis, a Kronos, a Svitpol, and a Munin. I haven't gotten a single Cryptic Mesa skin, I don't think. And then there's also new Deathglow Hunters, which are going to be the other, this is what drops in Halloween events usually, or as a login reward for the Oracle, Cormorant, Vexer, and Hurricane. And then there's also going to be Quaif Zero Green Apple, which is 5% agility, 5% capacitor recharge rate. And then these skins here, which I guess I could go check them out. Cryptic Mimesis skins are amazing. And now, like, if you've wanted one, I would go to the market and buy one, like, right fucking now. As they are not, like, they were like 400 million and now they're like 10. What's the point of a bomber with a skin? You know, I understand where you're going with that. But, I mean, when you're being spooky, I think a stealth bomber is absolutely proper to put a Marshlight skin on. This entire constellation is basically exclusively Suvi and Pecan. What? Oh. Got it. Talking about Sasio. By the way, I'm going to be wrapping things up in about like 10, 20 minutes or so. So if there's anything else that we need to cover or anything I've forgotten, things I should get back to before we go, anything like that, now's the time to bring it up. It's for when you're docked. Skins are for ship spinning. Come on. We know that, right? I thought that was obvious. No, but real though, I really wish that they'd done the kill mark or the kill mail revamp that they talked about years ago that included like Logi on the kill mail and like what skin you had on and how many kill marks you had. Like that would have been neat. Can we all just close our eyes and imagine a world in which that happened? Ah. Also, can we imagine a world in which Z-Kill just didn't exist at all? That'd be neat too. Primary is the pink one. Pink one is primary. I'm not sure if that would work out for your guys, though. Yeah, skins on kill mail should definitely be a thing. Yeah, I do remember Z-Kill doing it. I personally believe that kill boards affect our gameplay in a way that is not a net benefit to the game. I'll put it that way. I've always believed in, like, in a world in which DPS meters are not allowed, like, are maligned, and yet kill boards are fucking sacred, basically skews player behavior towards a very specific kind of activity, and usually some very bad behavior. Not just like being mean to people, but I mean like kill mail whoring, for example, right? Like that only exists because Z-Kill exists. Even if you could still see a kill mail, like a report of everything that happened, but it's not like something that's public or a board that shows everything. Like, think about it this way. Have you ever wanted to do something in EVE that was dangerous and you were willing to do it? You were willing to die doing it, but you were not willing to let that death go onto your permanent record. And so you didn't do it. I have definitely done that. I have definitely done that. Not taken something, not because I was afraid of doing it or even losing my ship. It was the idea of like having this on my permanent record causing me to just opt to not do it. And I know this sounds silly, but I mean, like, these are the little things that just get that's just enough for you to go, never mind. I can't bring, especially like Stratioses or like going exploring or something like that with something expensive, because it's like, Man, if I get caught in this shit, it's so fucking embarrassing. Like, I've often felt that kill boards have not improved the game. That is, I mean, that's the other solution too, right? Like, just have your Z kill be so awful that it doesn't matter. That's kind of what my corporation history is designed like. Not that my corporation history is awful, but like, you know, if somebody has like 3 or 4 things in their corporation history, then it's relatively easy for you to like piece together where they've been and what they've been up to. At one point, I kind of cared about these kinds of things. And then, where is it? It's under history. There it is. But then this is my corporation history. So it's like, it's really difficult to sort out who I am and what I was doing. I don't mind that as much. I used to care. I'm like, oh my God, my corp history. But then I realized the more chaos I put in my corp history, the harder it is to deduce anything out of it. Yeah, corp culture fixes Z-kill elitism IMO or makes it only even worse. Except for, I find that it generally tends towards the making it even worse side of things, right? Because Z-kill ends up being the one and only metric that leadership has to be able to evaluate their members, right? That's why you get things like, you have to be on 2 kill mails per month or something like that. Or, you know, whatever. Like, think about how much bad behavior when it comes to the way that leadership of organizations treat their members, and the way that members treat, respond to their own organization, and how much that is affected by kill boards. Have you ever, I don't know about you guys, but like, I don't particularly care about such things, but the amount of times that I've had somebody come to me and be like, look at this kill mail. And it's like somebody within our corp that died doing something dumb. And it's like, we got to do something about this, right? Because this guy keeps making these dumb mistakes or whatever, right? Like, on the one hand, yes, it'd be very nice to identify that somebody's having problems and be able to follow up with them. But that isn't what's happening here. That isn't what's happening here. What's happening here is that, fuck, I lost my point. What's happening here is that, that they aren't communicating with the person that is having the problem. They just all talk to each other about how to fix this problem, right? Like, and ultimately it just becomes like naming and shaming, and just like, it's not good. I wish we had better tools. Considering CSM is stuff by null block leadership, this will not change. They will ever push. Well, no, because CSM actually did push for kill mail changes. CCP even said that they were going to, and then there was some big technical problem that ended up making it so they couldn't do it. Yeah, they talked about it. They were even saying that they were going to do it. I think it was like 2019, 2020. And then eventually they were like, yeah, it turned out there's something about it. Specifically, it was they wanted to put Logi on kill mails. Yeah, I just personally believe that kill mails are like the act of having kill mails exported to an external site which functions as a publicly facing permanent record. Let me put it to you a different way. Okay? Let's think about this. EVE Online is about your history, your progress, your legacy, right? Your history that you build, right? Well, but yet, if I go here and look at my activity tracker, this information here is completely non-shareable. The only way I can share this information is by taking screenshots of it and posting it places. There's no profile that I can pull up. I can't API access this shit. I can't do any of this. This is completely inaccessible to anyone besides myself. My legacy, in this sense, is completely self-masturbatory, basically. But yet, kill mails. Oh my God, kill mails have to be a permanent record. That's your legacy. That's the thing that people get to look at when they see you. Not how many abyss you've done, not how much logic you've done, not how much industry you've done. No. How many kill mails you've been on. That's it. That's true. The activity tracker is bugged as AF sometimes. But my point is that in a world in which the game is supposedly about your history, your legacy, your story, the only story that is allowed to be told is your kills and losses. What does that do to the game's design that isn't necessary, or more importantly, is a problem? You're telling me that the only accomplishment that somebody is allowed to have publicly is killing people? Or being killed? Right. And how many times do you use kill boards to do things like check about a wormhole or check it, checking Uedama? These are out of game systems that if you don't understand them, then you're not good at in-game mechanics. It's so, it's just, that's Dutch Gunner for CSM. That's a good point. He ran last year. He's going to run next year. Dutch Gunner is a great dude to understand. So Dutch Gunner as a CSM guy would be useful because, like, there are definitely lore people, universe people type stuff, right? And there are obviously FCs and shit like that. But Dutch Gunner is one of those few people that really work on that intersectionality, right? That has the knowledge of the universe and what's going on and has been intimately tied into the Precursor Crisis, Airtalker Research Consortium, so understands the context in which the universe is or like the passage of time is flowing. But at the same time is a FC who has studied the game mechanics and has led fleets and all that sort of stuff, both in PvP and in PvE for a while. So, isn't completely out of the dark when it comes to, like mechanical questions or mechanical discussions. But again, the concern is, so I see this all the time too. I see complaints in, or like people requesting things to CCP or saying that something doesn't make any sense or is bad or whatever that does have an explanation in the universe. And while some people might get upset that, oh my gosh, like the lore shouldn't have impact on my gameplay. Yeah, it is. You live in the fucking universe, man. This is it. Like those mechanics exist to add texture to the universe. So yeah, if you want, a good example is people want rogue drone stations or stations in drone lands. I mean, that's fine and all, but like, where did they come from? Now, like CCP could do a whole thing where they're building them if they want to introduce it. But the whole point is that like, it isn't an accident that there's no NPC drone land systems. There's no NPC occupation in drone land systems. So my point is not that they should never change it, but the problem is that that discussion is a lot harder to have if you don't understand what is actually happening and why, right? Because if you're just trying to argue to CCP that this needs to happen because there needs to be NPC space in all of the regions so that way nullsec people can attack if you just completely mechanically talk about it, then you're going to come at CCP from one direction. CCP is going to come into it from another direction because they're going to say hard limit. That's not a thing that we can do. And then that conversation just blows up because you guys are talking past each other. Man, today has been a ranty day.
Active.
I'm gonna move this one over to YouTube. If you guys didn't see this whole day, I don't plug my long shows very much on YouTube, but something tells me today is going to be worth it. There's been a lot of topics to be dug into. Yeah, ad breaks too. Fuck. Technically, drones are NPCs. I mean, I was waiting for somebody to call that out. Thank you. Thank you for not disappointing me. Well, that one just opened, so I'm going to go there too.
Warp drive active.
We'll race. Yeah, see? They haven't even warped there yet. But again, let's fix high-sec war deck mechanics. So, I mean, I actually, now that I've been through a lot of wars, I actually really like the top-level mechanics of war decks. The logistics support thing breaks down pretty badly. Like, it's just...
Warp drive active.
I wish that wasn't such bullshit. Like, I'll put it this way. If an ally joins you in the war, they should be joined you in the war. They're no longer a neutral logistics, but yet it still causes concord. Like, in my opinion, that's not just bad balance. That's literally not working. That is not what it's supposed to be, because that's not what neutral support is. That's a guy in the war supporting another guy in the war against their mutual enemy. What the fuck? Why is that punishable by concord? That makes zero sense. If you just fix that one piece, I actually think that that war decks are in a pretty darn good state right now. And I'll tell you why. Tig, you think, if I remember correctly, you think that war decks shouldn't require a structure still. And Seeds of Plenty thinks that structures are too powerful because it demands that you have a structure, which brings you into war decks. Those two positions, held by people firmly and honestly, tells me that there's probably some actually good balance there, right? Where if you don't want to be under additional threat, then you can keep on using the crappy equipment. But if you want to get the better stuff at a certain point, you're going to have to be willing to expose things. Well, the war single... I think that the... Well, hold on. Wait, which part makes war single-sided? The fact that it requires a structure, or the fact that... Because wars were pretty fucking single-sided before this change. I would argue that this is actually more multiple-sided because now there's a thing for the defenders to do, which is attack the attacker's war headquarters. That's actually more dynamic than it was before. Now, arguing that it's better than it was before only goes so far. I could understand if you're saying, well, yes, it is better than it was before, but it's still not good. Sure. But my point is just the concept of different stages of commitment. You know, you can have an organization, but your organization, in order for your organization to be useful or grow, chances are you need to, as an organization, be able to provide things to your members. If you don't have structures, a different organization will have structures, and then those people will want to be part of those structures or that organization, so that way they can access those structures and get the cool stuff out of it. So ultimately, if your organization is unwilling to maintain structures, you're only going to grow so far. And so you get to grow until you're ready to take on the big stage, and then you get structures and you go for it. I don't remember that serial killer where the war decks were associated with fleets. I feel like that would have been easily abusable. And I mean, yeah, you get to war deck something and then just blow up their structures. But let's remember that if the war deck systems weren't that way, then literally you would just war deck them and then wait a week because they probably log off because they don't want to do things in a war deck. I don't consider that better. I don't personally like structures because I like my game to end when I shut off the game. I agree. I'm not saying that you're wrong to be resistant to structures. My point was that if there's a player that can say that structures are too necessary to growth, and another player saying that it's too easy to get by without a structure and therefore be war deck immune, the fact that both of those statements can be made by opposing parties of that situation tells me that there's at least something going on there, right? It may not be balanced, but like that's a better sign than it just being cut and dry, I guess. In a weird way, if both sides are unhappy in opposite ways, that's a good indicator that the tension that's supposed to be there is there, right? You don't like structures because in order to get that value, you need to make yourself expose yourself in a totally new way. But that means that in another way to put it is that means that they're rewarding you from being exposed in that way. It used to be that anytime you have a corporation, you are automatically exposed to war decks. And therefore, the mere act of having a corporation was considered like non-viable in a lot of ways because you were just going to get war decked. So a lot of people stuck with NPC corporations or did shell games or whatever. The new situation makes it so that you have to have the structure in order to be eligible, but that tension to get a structure will always be there if you don't have one. In the same way that, sure, you can mine just fine in high sec, but if you don't have access to low sec, if you're not willing to just go that extra little bit, the longer you go, more and more and more, it's going to be more and more inconvenient that you refuse to go that extra little step until you're willing to. And I think that that's really the way that EVE Online should be, right? Like, do whatever you want. Stay in high sec. Do level 4 missions. Never really have anything to worry about. It's fine. But you always know that there's more. And that you're not getting it. And that will continue to pick at you until you do go for it. And there's different ways to go for it. You can actually put down a structure with no expectation of defending it. Just be like, this is going to be up until it gets blown up, right? And as long as you get enough value out of it, great. I mean, if you have a moon in high sec for 3 months, that Athenor paid for itself. Oh my gosh. No! Okay, still mine. The only social barrier to structure maintenance is, for me, is you grow a corp without that infrastructure, and once you invest in it, your corp not only needs to learn how to maintain it, but also how to defend it, which is a new learning curve and requires much more commitment from each member. I agree, but I think that that's the point, right? Like, okay. Well done, I guess.
Warp drive active.
Being war decked without a structure is hardest on new players, but seasoned players can usually manage it. What I found is that seasoned players also didn't manage war decks. I mean, like, the way to manage war decks was just a never log in that character or just leave that corporation. Yes, Remy. I'm sorry. What I'm saying is that if you have an Athenor up for at least 2 or 3 months, you have now extracted more value out of it than you pay for fuel, pay for the cost of the Athanor. Now, yes, you do have to mine that stuff too, so it's not free. Minerals you mine yourself aren't free. But the Athanor is paying for itself. You don't like war, stay in NPC Corp, but that sucks. Why not let people have an identity? Why not let people form together groups? The thing is that if you never allow them to form corporations because it's too dangerous, then they will never actually get to that second point, right? Let them start to coalesce as a corporation and then decide as a corporation to take the next step. Well, the second part of my thought is that owning a structure is actually much farther along in a corp's growth than many people expect. A 6-man corp operates in Athanor, but makes it much more sense than when you have 60 people in corp because the structure serves enough people that the individual investment is nominal. Good point. A 6-man corp may want to make a deal with a different group instead. Actually, I've definitely seen a 6-man corp be able to maintain an Athanor. But yeah, it depends on how much those 6 men want to do. Right. Yeah, exactly. Like, allowing you to war deck player corps without structures, and the solution being an NPC corp, is actually just mechanically discouraging people from forming player corporations. Which is not what you want.
Warp drive active.
Eve needs more things that pulls people together, not less. Space Gator 07. Oh, shoot. No, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. I actually went longer than I said I was going to. I've gotta go, guys. This has been fun. I probably will be on a little bit tomorrow, but not necessarily as long. I may be on a little bit later tonight, but if I do, I'm probably just going to be doing Final Fantasy. I'm going to be working on... If you don't see me tomorrow, it's because I'm working on the videos. I'll put it that way. Shout out to Cass. Yeah, well, yes. It's true. I mean, shout out to the creativity of Eve players, right? Being able to take an NPC corporation and turn it into a real thing. Yeah, 07, guys. Thank you. All right. I've been Ash Rothy. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put Eve into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you all for watching. This has been an amazing stream. Thanks for all of the support, those subs. Last chance. Today is September. So this is your last chance to get subs for 20% off or whatever. Thanks, guy. Thanks, Emily. But even if you don't want to do that, just being here and taking part, saying, hanging out and all that stuff, absolutely appreciated. If you want to go a little bit more, I would love it if you went over to my YouTube video or my YouTube channel. That's my call to action right now. Go over there, like, comment, subscribe on all my videos. So that way YouTube actually finally starts accepting me as being acceptable to serve to people as content. If you want to continue to support, obviously I've got Patreon. The Patreon supporters are down below. Those are the people that make this possible. Yeah, I think that's it. You can now get stuff in Unreal. Technically, I have a code for that. I don't even know how to do that. If you are interested in doing Eve, if you haven't checked it out yet, or if you want to get back to it, whatever, you can make a trial account with 1 million free SP. That's 40 days worth of skill training for free. Hey, there's that subscription. That's a YouTube subscription, I'm pretty sure. Anywho, where was I? Yeah, if you use that code, you get 1 million free SP, which is 40 days of skill training. And with the new unlimited skill planning, you can just put in your Magic 14 and let it bake for a few months and come back and have a good old blank clone. So even if you already play, go ahead and use that code or your own code to make like another dozen or so accounts and throw that in there. And so that way you have a whole bunch of clones with Magic 14 trains, whatever. That sound right there is that I'm late. So without further ado, I've been Ash Rothy. Until next time, I will see you in space.